Aussie. 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 Angry Aussie. Aussie. Angry. Dancing to the Gene tune on a Friday night, 'cause I can. Honey picked up the Incredible Hulk tagline. Is he man or monster? Or both? Yes, happy birthday, Incredible Hulk. Bloody hell, 62 years ago. Hey, Hannah, how are you this evening? Man, timing is a hell of a thing. I'm just throwing it out there. Time's a hell of a thing. You know what? Oh, God, Vinyl Night. I have to work out which box I didn't already bring out. Yeah. Hannah, you successfully put a regional manager in their place by your mouth moving faster than your brain. Your brain couldn't stop you from saying, shut up, don't say that. Oh, no. You'll know. I mean, I'm pretty sure I will when I look too. I should maybe play a video. It might take me a couple minutes to go and get it. I logged into the right one here. Could Elysian Whiskey Bar video. Yeah, it's like adults who were in the second half of the first decade of the 21st century. That is pretty freaking wild. So basically came to do a store check, told you were hitting 80% of your target and you lost your shit. I want this story before I disappear. Because I love your stories, Hannah. And I'm gonna look something up while we're talking as well. So you pointed out 10-hour shift, spend 6 of it not your job, and in fact work 2 shifts at the same time. Oh, damn. Actually, I'm going to open those weird tab things. Difford's Guide for the Bywater cocktail. What's the history of this one? Chris Hanna at Arno's French 75 bar. Yeah, it's a New Orleans drink. Of course it is. So you also pointed out 40% of your day can hit 80% of your target. Then you're working at 200% while being paid 100%. And perhaps that didn't have the way for it. Oh, fucking shit. Hannah with both barrels just blasting the mofo. I said, I don't even keep track, but yes. People, 18-year-olds born 5 years after 9/11. Adults born years after sort of the defining event of the early 21st century. Freaking time, man. It just keeps moving on. Like I said, I keep saying this. I know I'm old. It doesn't bother me. But I will regularly get quite weirded out at how old some celebrity is. Someone who, in my mind, is 20 or 30 and they're actually 60. That's wild. So you excused yourself to go help a customer and you came back. Your boss was wetting himself with laughter. Holy shit. That's such a good effort, though, Hannah. That's incredible. Honey, you born 5 years after the moon landing. Yeah, there you go. The defining event of the second half of the 20th century. Oh, yeah. I mean, less so than Americans think, but you know, and in ways that I think a lot of Americans don't account for, like namely the ridiculous fucking reaction of the American government by launching illegal wars against people who had nothing to do with the attacks, which led to the rise of radical Islam. So yeah, killed over 1 million people. But hey, you got a pat on the back for making the fastest regional manager visit. They just left. You blew them away and they left. Oh God, Hannah. Oh, that's savage. Oh, you are hardcore today. And I got to admit, I'm here for it. Okay. Thank you for starting us off with that story, Hannah. I'm going to go and get a box of vinyl, see if I can work out the right one on my own. I'm going to play the video that Heine and Greg shot that I edited, an interview with dude at the Elysian Whiskey Bar. Okay, what's it? Okay, it's not showing the stop. Try again. There we go. It's the Elysian. That's working? Okay. So I'll turn my mic off. Oh, tell me, is the sound working first?
My name is Yao. I'm one of the founders here at the Elysian Whiskey Bar. We're one of two of us. So we're a very small team.
Sound working?
Basically a small whiskey bar, neighborhood bar in Fitzroy, focusing on independent bottlings of whiskey, kind of harder to find things, and classic cocktails and kind of general good times.
Why did you decide to open a whiskey bar?
Just really, really like whiskey. No romantic story, just really like whiskey.
What do you think's special about whiskey? Because I feel like it's got a character and mystique that other spirits don't have. How do you feel about whiskey?
In my opinion, I would say whiskey has the widest flavor palette of all the alcohols. So, I mean, just based on the kind of rules and stipulations on what can be called whiskey, it's a really wide category.
Mhm.
So you got, variations in different kinds of raw ingredients, like different kind of grains and whatnot, and also the amount of the different kind of barrels that you can use.
Mhm.
Just creates a really, really wide flavor combination. So you never really get bored. There's so much whiskey out there, you'll never try it all. You can try, but
You try. Well, how many whiskeys do you think you have here?
so we try and keep the whiskey selection here at a ballpark of about 350 to 360.
Mhm.
We find that that's a pretty manageable number for quick rotation. So on average, we rotate about 6 to 10 new whiskeys a week.
Mhm.
So that means within a year, you probably rotate about 2/3 of the back bar brand new.
Okay.
So if you don't come here for a year, you probably
They're all
2/3 of the
new.
back bar will be new, and it keeps things interesting for our whiskey regulars.
How about at home? Do you keep a lot of whiskeys at home?
That's a secret.
Oh.
I will not say how much whiskey I have at home or how much alcohol I have.
What's the decision process you go through when you are restocking? Like, what do you look for when you decide you bring in something new?
So a lot of the new whiskeys of the week kind of sit up on here.
Mhm.
And as bottles kind of die, you see a couple of spots in the back.
Mhm.
You get kind of filled back there.
Mhm.
And then that's one of the factors of, okay, what do we need to stock for next week? We need to kind of fill those holes. And then we look at the flavor profile of those whiskeys. I'm like, okay, cool. There's a lot of sherry cask whiskey on at the moment. Maybe we'll try it.
Okay, I'm interrupting for a second. I need Strictly Sager's help. I think I've got the right thing, but I don't want to lug out the wrong thing. I think it's the one albums that would go to the end of the alphabet, like the last albums in this box. The bands start with the letter W. Does that sound right? So I just don't want to drag something out and then have it be the wrong thing to have dragged out. So I'm hoping Strictly Sega is still there and listening. But I don't know. I'm not getting a response, so I'm not sure. Oh, maybe he's not here yet. Maybe I'll just make a cocktail. Oh, what the fuck? Sorry, just the weirdest thing happened. For no apparent reason, my orange just started rolling away. All right. Seems like Strictly Sega's not there because I think you would have answered by now. So I'm going to get a bit of orange peel for a garnish. Got a cheat to tell us it sounds much better from far away. Okay. That's way too much pith. So we shall use this little knifey here to cut away some pith. And I have a stupid sense of humor, and every time I do this, I can't resist making a stupid joke about taking the pith. Taking the pith, governor. Do. You all gone. Is something gone wrong? Are you all gone quiet in chat land? And that's okay. You're allowed to be quiet. Just at a certain point, I start second guessing myself. So just gotta do this a little bit more. And I did it too much. That's okay. That was fucking inevitable. There's the sound of inevitability. Okay, you're there, honey. Thanks for letting me know. Cutting away the pith. Doing away with the pith. I have no idea why I have a tendency to sing badly about what I'm doing. But I do. As Devo would put it, I have an uncontrollable urge. To which they would add, hey, yeah. All right. I am going to get rid of that for now. I'm going to make a cocktail. This one I've actually been looking forward to making for a while. So I hope it lives up to my self-created hype, because I think this is going to be good. Right up my alley. There for now. All right, get the GoPro. There you go, GoPro. Oh my goodness. Get this light. Bit gassy. Very gassy, Marge. It's gassy. It was the best of times. It was the bluest of times. Right. Get this out of the way because I don't want it for this drink. Let's get this mixing glass here. Then got the thin. We will. Where are we? Actually, I will from. Okay. Oh, wait. Cancel. Wait. What am I doing? Chrome does weird shit. That's what I want. Inactive tabs. Is that different? Right, okay. The Bywater difference. Last one I had was the pastry wall margarita. Just want to have this guy's name. Original recipe. Aged rum. Averna. Okay. 15 mils, 7.5 mils. No, we are going to go with Chris Hanna's recipe. Fuck you, Diffid. Okay, so we want an aged rum. Well, the most aged one is my El Dorado. We'll do that. Averna and green chartreuse and Falernum, which are all in the mysterious cupboard of mystery. And Averna. All right. Getting all the kids together here. Orange bitters and Peychaud's bitters. Suggested orange bitters, Peychaud's bitters. Peychaud's bitters and orange bitters. Okay, the gang's all here. Rum. Vernon. Okay. Which to get ready? Okay, so just shy of 60 mils. That will do. Okay, 3. Ooh, almost did the mistake I always do. Then 3/4 of an ounce. Sounded better from far away. Okay, now I've got songs stuck in my head, but that's okay. I'll do the zombies in your head, in your head. Zombie. Okay. Oh. All right, let's just bring in do this. Okay, the rum. The amount. The green chartreuse. Oops. The velvet Falernum. The battery is not low, you rat fuck piece of shit. 50 fucking percent is not low, you fucking cunt of a fucking thing. You fucking cunt. Fuck. This thing's fucking with me. All right. I gotta go get a different battery and I'll be back. He is hoping I did the right thing and charged this battery. Fuck me, what a fucking palaver. So fucking pissed off with this. I must look up. Is there a potential solution for this? Okay, what's the 99? Okay. Surely that's not too fucking low. You fuck. Orange pictures. And Pishro's bitters. Always miss the glass with the bitters. Probably can't tell, but make it a mess. All right. Do. Okay. Do that. And let's get this. Ooh, that's nicely tempered. Temper tantrums. Stirring. Whoop. That's really great. Ah, they go everywhere. All right. Fuck yeah, that's tasting good. Just check the framing of that. Yeah, that looks good. And fucking Murphy's Law. Let's strain it. Ooh, look at the fucking color on that. Whole fucking lava that was too. Ah. Alrighty, and twist of orange peel. I've got so many freaking things going wrong for me there. Do that. Turn this around. All right. All right. I swear I had my Hawthorne strainer, but I apparently don't. All right, now the talky bit. All right. All right. Chris Hanna. G'day, cocktail lovers. This is a modern classic from New Orleans called the Bywater, and it's very reminiscent of the 20th century classics from New Orleans. The classics? Is that what it's saying, or just the classics? It's confusing when you're calling something a modern classic. But it has got a lot of hype, this cocktail. I've never had it, but it's right up my alley. It was invented by Chris Hanna at Arnaud's French 75 bar in New Orleans, and it's just that boozy, stirred down goodness that I love so much. And it's such a good color. Looks good with the sexy clear eyes too. I'm going to give it a taste. Oh, that does not disappoint. This is my favorite sort of cocktail. Let me take you through the ingredients. Wait, did I take a fucking photo of this? I didn't, did I? Jesus Christ. What's wrong with my fucking brain? What is wrong with my fucking brain? No question for the ages. Medical science has tried to answer it, and they're not having any luck. No one knows what's wrong with my fucking brain. Okay, a song about what's wrong with my fucking brain. You should leave that in the video. All right. This is a rum-based cocktail called just shy of 2 ounces or 60 mils of an aged rum. I've just arbitrarily gone with this one I had, El Dorado 15. The recommended aging was like a 6 to 10 year aged rum. But I had this, so I used it. It's a good rum. Rum adjacent, it calls for Falernum. I'm using the classic John D. Taylor's Velvet Falernum. There are a lot of Falernums on the market. It is essentially a spiced rum liqueur. It's very tasty and goes very well with rum. It also calls for an Amaro. The original recipe is Averna Amaro, but you could go with an Amaro you like in it. And speaking of particular ingredients, you can try a substitute for green chartreuse. Certainly a lot of people are jockeying to be a substitute for green chartreuse because of some people having trouble getting hold of it these days. But those are the key ingredients. And of course, being a New Orleans drink, it has some bitters in there, including New Orleans' own Dr. Peyshaw's bitters. That is all the ingredients that go into this really tasty drink. And now I'm going to show you how to make it. Open your browser, you fucking idiot. Oh, for fuck's sake. What am I doing? In mixing glass, put about 1 3/4 ounces of aged rum. That's about 52.5 mils. Then 3/4 ounce, or around 22.5 mils of Averna Amaro. Then 1/2 ounce, or 15 mils of green chartreuse. Follow that with 1/4 ounce, or 7.5 mils of Falernum. Rounding things out, doing 2 dashes of orange bitters and 2 dashes of Peyshaw's bitters.
Add ice to the glass, stir that for 20 to 25 seconds to chill and dilute the drink. And then you could serve this up, but I'm straining it into a rocks glass over a huge chunk of sexy clear ice. Can't get enough of that sexy clear ice. It showed off really well in this one. The original recommendation in the bar was to serve it up. When I saw it on the Difford's Guide, he changed the recipe a little and was saying do it in a rocks glass on ice. You know me, I'm going to do the sexy clear ice. And around the end of this video, you should be seeing the link to show you how I make it with no special ingredients. No special ingredients, no special equipment. It's really easy and it looks really cool in drinks. I really think it's worth doing. I remember Uncle Pete from Uncle Pete's Cocktail Shop had at least a semi-viral video on TikTok with clear ice, and a lot of people go, why would you do the trouble? Because it's cool, because it's fun. I want to enjoy my drink visually as well as the taste, and I just love how it looks in a glass. I think you'll like it because it's really easy to do. It might seem difficult, or you might think you need expensive equipment to do clear ice. You don't. Follow the link to do that, and please come back sometime soon. I'll be making heaps more cocktails, and I'd love to have you back. Until I do see you again, I'll say cheers. All right, this is a genuinely good drink. Bloody hell, what a palaver that was. Micro's there, hello. Shenanigans. I'm gonna put a cherry in this too, because I'm a special boy who deserves cherries. Ugh. Let me sit the dune. Oh, good Lord. What a sneeze. I'm going to put another orange peel in there just because I have another orange peel. Put the orange peel in the drink. We like to put the orange peel in the drink, and we're going to get a little skewer. Hello, Laura. How are you? Incredible Hulk has been around for 62 years now, and over the year, the nature of the Hulk has changed multiple times. The dominant form of the Hulk is Hulk Smash, but there have been many versions of the Hulk with different levels of expressiveness. The way they did Hulk in the latter Marvel movies, they justified it much more than the comics ever did. All right. Look at that sexy, sexy drink. All right. I'm going to enjoy this. Oh, yeah. That's it. Well, Micro, I'm just going to call you a fake fan because you don't know the history of the Hulk. And as I said, a Hulk with different cognitive abilities happened all through the 60-year history of the Hulk. They had different justifications of different things. Oh, you're talking about the Ong Lee movie where they actually did the frames like a comic, which I liked. I thought that was the Eric Bana one, wasn't it? Because there was in the first Hulk movie, which was the Ong Lee one, which was like a comic. Eric Bana was Bruce Banner. Eric Bana was Bruce Banner. And the second one, Ed Norton, was Bruce Banner. And then they finally settled on the dude who was in the Marvel Universe movies. So yeah, the Ong Lee one wasn't a huge hit. They were still trying to work out how to make a good and engaging and commercially successful comic book movie at that time. And the first one to hit the formula right was the original Iron Man movie. Yes,
Puny God. That's the thing where he beats up Loki. Yeah, that was very early in this phase of things. Oh God, I think are we going to do dark humor tonight? Marcus going, oh, good memory with my father. Hannah's already made a similar joke on this stream. We're all gonna. Are we all going for dark humor? Which I'm completely on board with, by the way. Dark humor. Fuck me, that's a good drink. It's probably not my absolute favorite, but it's really good. And it might have been better served up. It might have been better not slowly getting diluted, but I love it. And we'll do what we do. And I could share the dark history with my father's soul. Who is that? Just just telling someone I'm just dreaming now. All right. Was just checking le Discord. Marco, say a lot of shit about your dad. Think hard, you little kid. He did try to take us to shit. Well, again, being a dad, speaking as a dad, can be a real struggle. Tain't easy. I'd like to think I've done a pretty good job. I'm still on good terms with my mid-20s offspring. So I think I must be doing something right. Is that Hannah? Thinking about Laura. Yeah, well, you know, we all come in at different times. Laura was in a couple of weeks ago, I think. No, Friday night's usually party. You give people time. Actually, God, we're 40 minutes in, but, you know, give people a bit of time. We're just like chilling and vibing at the moment. And there'll probably be more people in the next hour or so. Otherwise, I'm just chilling, just going to have a few drinks, just going to chat with whoever's here. And, you know, maybe try and come up with diversions if I feel like it's required. Yeah, well, see, that's the thing. But you come in at different times. There was a period where Laura wasn't on the stream at all for a while because, you know, things say, oh, Laura, you're eager to say, yes, you should come on and say things. Where's the invite? Got to copy that invite. So, Hannah, you had rough years with both parents, mid-teens to 20s. Yeah, you had your own opinions. Yeah, look, that sort of shit can be really challenging for parents, and not all parents handle it very well. Nice, Micro, the bike's going to be there soon. Wow, you love your bike. Feel like a teenager whose girlfriend says we're going all the way. Well, extending the metaphor. Gonna write it to these. I do appreciate an extended metaphor. Hello, Laura. How are you?
Not having yourself. There we go. Let's just turn the light off.
That's okay. How's things in your world?
It's been quite amusing watching the Tories just like killing themselves. You know.
Yeah. Well, it was bizarre that they survived the last general election, helped mainly by the Conservative power brokers in Labor aggressively undermining Jeremy Corbyn. Like Tony Blair straight up saying he'd prefer the Tories got back into a Corbyn-led government. Because Blair's a piece of shit, a neoliberal piece of shit. Just because he's better than Tories, that's what we call damning with faint praise.
Yeah, I wonder how much of, you know, how much is Keir Starmer and not anything but the Conservatives.
I don't think there's anyone waving "We Love Keir Starmer" flags anywhere. I think it's just anyone but the Tories. And hello, Dr. Abigail. How are you doing?
Yeah. Interestingly, my local area, the Labour candidate, because this is local elections, this isn't the general election.
Yes, I saw that.
It's an indication. Yeah, just for people watching, it's an indication of where the general election will go to in the future. And Conservatives did really badly. But in my local area, a independent won.
Oh, nice.
Because where I live, there are 2.5, like largely Muslim areas.
Yep.
And, obviously, Labour being a little bit too, pro-Israel, like making excuses of it's okay to bomb and kill people because they're just defending themselves.
Oof. The Zionist stranglehold on the discourse is unsettling.
Yeah, and it's like, if you disagree with that premise, you're anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, I can disagree with what the Israeli government are doing, and and sort of like be in favor of lots of people, innocent people who just happen to be in an area of land not getting killed.
Yeah, it's really sickening that ultra right wing. It's not even all Zionists, but the ultra right wing of the Zionist movement, fucking psychopathic. It's and they're violent. It goes without saying they're violent in Gaza, having killed tens of thousands of people.
But you can't use those numbers because that's Hamas's numbers.
Yeah. Except we've now got conclusive and repeated evidence. The Israeli government has rejected offers for the return of the hostages multiple times since the start of the violence. Most recently this week, the US said this is what's going to happen, and Israel and Hamas said okay, and Israel went no. It's just like everything about it is a lie. It's a psychopathic, murderous lie.
The problem is that another issue in the fucked upness of this is that Netanyahu is really unpopular, within Israel.
There are massive demonstrations against him in Israel.
Yeah, but everyone is sort of thinking, like the ordinary Israeli, citizen is kind of like, but we'll worry about that after the war. And so after the war is not going to come because Netanyahu needs the war to continue in order to stay in power. And also there's corruption charges that are like, sitting in the wings for him as well. So it's like, let's continue the war so that I can stay in power and not end up maybe in jail as well.
Well, he's already been convicted of criminal offences with bribery and whatnot. But yeah, I like Hannah's. I wish we could just treat them like a toddler and give them a timeout, Hannah. It's like everyone's getting a little overstimulated. Let's have a nap and then wake up and watch an episode of Bluey. I wish there was an equivalent of that we could do with them.
That would help me more if I knew what Bluey is.
Oh, well, we'll do that in a second. Micro, I get what you're saying, and it's cringy. I've seen like councils do similar things here, but it's kind of like it's people who feel somewhat helpless in the face of something terrible that's happening, and they want to make a public statement or what they think should do. You're right. It's absolutely ineffectual and meaningless in any practical sense. But I think it's just sometimes people who are feeling quite helpless and feeling like they can't do anything. And this might be about a war. It might be about climate change. It might be about social inequity. And they pass some resolution. And yeah, it's absolutely meaningless. I'm actually intrigued you don't know what Bluey is, Laura, because it's this global phenomenon. It's an Australian animated series with this family of dogs. They're
Is
actually
it-
cattle dogs.
Is it
And-
something that came along in the 21st century? Because like possibly
Yes, last couple of years.
Oh, in that case, no wonder I've not seen it then.
Yeah. Oh no, I've never seen it. It's just it's such a cultural juggernaut. It's impossible to miss. Maybe it's more in Australia and America because it was very successful here, but it's become massive in the US as well. So.
Oh, by the way, you keep saying about you've got an unusually large head.
Yes.
These things are to scale.
Yeah, actually, honestly, not that far off the mark. You joke, not far off the mark though.
See, I'm at least a meter away from my camera, so I don't know.
Oh yes, that's actually a good analogy, but you may not know who Peppa Pig is either.
I do know who Peppa Pig is, but only in the limited of I've seen kids with like on bags and
Yeah. So
and it's a TV show for kids, little kids as well.
Bluey is an Aussie version, dogs instead of pigs, and much better quality than Peppa Pig. See, it's this thing, Micro. Bluey's huge in the US. It's a fucking phenomenon. Yeah, that's the other way to put it, Micro. Peppa Pig, but watchable. I don't think there's really a lot of people who would say Peppa Pig is a better show than Bluey. People just love Bluey. And it's also funny because it's very Australian, and there'll be lots of things in it that are very Australian. So Australians don't even notice it's in the shot. And you'll get this stuff on social media of Americans going, the fuck was that thing in the Bluey show? And they're completely confounded and they don't know what it is. And we go, it was a cricket bat. What, how do you, what? It's very funny when occasionally Americans latch onto something and they're like, what is that? And Australians are just like, how do you not know what that is? Yeah.
Obviously, they never watched the first Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie.
Oh my god! I wonder what's the recent ones that Kevin Smith did the script for and maybe directed an animated one, but I haven't seen them yet. Oh yes, it's so huge. There was a fictionalized version of a big hardware chain in Bluey, and it was so popular, and it was so obvious what real world hardware store they were referencing. It's called Bunnings, the real one. They actually rebranded one of their stores, like repainted it and everything to be the store in the Bluey episode. And it was a big social media sensation. Yeah, I agree. Well, it was very cute. Honestly, I think they did it for the adults, Micro. The adults are very weirdly obsessed with Bluey as well. Yes, Hannah agrees. It was actually the adults. The adults were doing it for themselves. Oh, Rapid Game Fans. Speaking of people I feel like I haven't seen for a little while. How good are you? Reminds you of MLP FIM. Much more universal, fewer visible, deranged people that understand boundaries. I also don't know what that abbreviation is that you're saying there. So you're going to have to literally spell it out for me because I don't know what that is.
We're all acronyms, just like.
Oh yes, the Bluey family was selling their house, and so our biggest online real estate website put the Bluey house as a listing on their website. Yes, okay, well that would be it. Well, I'm glad you don't have to chat. If you just chill, and if I'm some sort of oral wallpaper for you, I'm absolutely fine with that. You know, I love the sound of my own voice. If someone else can tolerate the sound of my voice as well, that's a win.
Yeah.
Oh, there you are. You got dragged away. Well, you missed me desperately asking you if I was getting the right box of vinyl for a start. And I did make a cocktail. It's called the Bywater, and I've finished it. It was really good. Classic New Orleans style boozy cocktail, which I love. I mean, like you say that, Dr. Abigail, every time I threaten to do ASMR, you say you want to pour bleach in your ears. But like, because this microphone, I can switch it to do stereo and then whisper from side to side. Last time I did that, I think you were actually threatening violence against me if I didn't stop. Yeah. Oh my gosh, those tornadoes in the US freak me out, quite honestly.
I'm wondering. I'm worrying. Worrying. No, it's not. I've thought about it twice, and this was the second one. So I don't know about worrying, but you know, I am only 17 days away from going to Japan.
Ooh, have fun! I'd love
And
to go.
you know, of course, they have like this whole you know, earthquake thing. Something I've only ever. Yeah, I've only ever experienced it twice in my life, and one of them, I thought it was a big hiccup.
Yeah,
You know, I thought, was that me or was that a judder?
we had an unusually strong one here in Melbourne a year or so ago, which is to say it was incredibly mild. The only ones, like, I remember one when I was working in the city, the office I was in overlooked a quite narrow laneway. And I thought a big truck was going down the laneway. It was sort of that level of vibration. And I was going, oh, there's a truck going past. And I went, that is lasting too long to be a truck. And I just looked at everyone, is that an earth tremor? And they just went, yeah, that's an earth tremor. And then it stopped. But when I was this most recent one, which is the strongest one I've ever experienced, which is still really mild, I'm out there working from home, and that was when all the drinks were still on the drink carts in the kitchen as well. And I'm sitting there, and it starts shaking, and I was going, "Ooh, earth tremor!" And the bottles are rattling, and then it gets a bit stronger, and I'm going, "Oh, it's a bit stronger. Oh, it's still going." Then it gets a bit stronger, and it's still been going for 30 seconds now. And I went, "Oh, it's really going." And then it gets a bit stronger, and we're at the 60-second mark, and it's getting a bit stronger, and I'm going, wait, isn't there a thing that I should be sitting in a door frame at this point? And right at the point I go, if this gets any stronger, I am officially freaking out. And right at the point where my brain went, we might be ready to freak out, it stopped. It was like, oh.
Yeah, I've had two, and like I say, one of them was I was in bed, I was reading, I've got my leg leaning up against the wall. You know, my knees, you know, leaning over. And there was just this jolt. That was it. Yeah. And I thought, oh, crikey, was that me? You know, and it was only the next morning. It's like, there was an earthquake. Oh, that's what that was. That wasn't me. That was, you know. And I tell you what it's like. Have you ever fallen asleep in the bath?
Fallen asleep in the bath?
Yeah, well, you know, you're relaxing. It's warm, you know, that kind of thing.
I've relaxed in the bath. I don't know if I've fallen asleep.
All right, okay. Well, there's the thing you can do when you suddenly wake up and you just sort of jolt slightly.
Yeah, I get that in bed. That's
okay.
What's the name? A hypnagogic jerk. It's for me. It's like in a dream, I'm walking and I miss a step, and my body physically goes, "Shit, I missed a step."
Yeah, so a bit like that.
Yeah.
You know what? You've just explained what cats do.
Yeah,
because you know the thing they're having a dream. It's like, okay, what do cats dream about? They missed a step.
Yeah,
they missed a step, and now they're falling, and that's where the legs are going.
If you read the Sandman comics or watched the Sandman series on Netflix, cats are dreaming of something else when they do those little moments, and they're dreaming of taking over the world and killing all the humans, basically.
There's a really, if you get a chance to look at it, there's a video for a milk company, Cravendale, and it's if cats got thumbs. It's really good.
Yeah, there was an old Onion article of Dolphins develop opposable thumbs. Oh, fuck, say scientists.
Hmm.
The only thing holding the dolphins back from wiping us out is they don't have opposable thumbs. But yeah. So Marco's been talking about the weather, which is fun. You're right. People get used to their own extreme weather. We don't have tornadoes up north, tropical cyclones, though. And they can be devastating to the point, I think it was 1975, Christmas, like literally Christmas Eve into Christmas morning, a tropical cyclone smashed through Darwin, the capital of the Northern Territory, and destroyed most of the city, killed a lot of people. It's one of the worst natural disasters Australia has had. But we get tropical cyclones up north. Nothing like the tornadoes, the twisters in the US. Nothing like that. Big storms can be very devastating, but we don't get as many of them, and they don't cause as much damage as the fucking tornadoes in the US. That does my head in. Tornado season in the US is freaking wild.
I get them right where I live. Tornadoes.
Okay.
It sounds like a stupid thing. It's sort of true, but when it gets windy, I don't know what it is. There's this kind of like, it's almost like a weird Bermuda Triangle of, territory, of weirdness, that I can walk around and the wind's blown one way, and I'll walk around the side of the building, it blows completely a different way. And when the weather, if there's like been a bit of litter or something like that, you'll see it swirling.
Yeah, I know what you're talking
on
about.
a windy day. And it's just, because my building is like two cubes next to each other, two squares next to each other, vertically, obviously.
Yeah.
And, like I say, so maybe it's that, or I don't know, but, it gets quite windy.
I also just wanted to say, have a good day at work, Rabid Gamer fan. Wind coming off the North Sea is harsh. There you go.
So yeah, I've bought my plane tickets.
Oh, nice!
And I've got the first week and a bit's worth of hotels done as well.
Good.
So booked a rear cam, which is like a old-fashioned 100-year-old house in Japan, which is pretty impressive considering, sort of like mostly the Americans burn them all down.
Well, they build everything out of. You're talking about the earthquakes. They were building everything out of wood because it was all going to get destroyed by earthquakes anyway. So something that's easy. Hello, Kirsten. By the way,
it's actually interesting thing that I've noticed. In Japan, they have a lot of telegraph poles with electric wires on it hanging off them, which is incredibly unusual for the UK. You just don't, outside of countryside, you don't see them anymore.
Okay.
And it's because they bury them. They stick them underground. It looks much neater and everything. Well, of course, with Japan having earthquakes and things like that, it's much easier to rig something up in a short term and fix it properly later. If it's stuck on the outside on a pole comes down, right, let's get a new pole, stick it in, get something up.
Yeah. Maintaining stuff underground is much more difficult.
Well, it is when the ground goes like that.
Yeah, exactly. So yes, it has been a while. So it's lovely to have you drop in, Kirsten. Thank you. We have mainly above ground telegraph poles in Australia too.
Right. Okay.
So there's often been talk about we should put them underground because we don't have the seismic problems that Japan has. But every time they do, it's like, okay, for this one suburb that will cost $10 billion. And they went, maybe we won't. I don't know. So, yeah. So, Hanny, saying disposable houses in Japan to be demolished. Yeah, also, I watched Shogun on Disney Plus, which I do recommend. It's quite entertaining. And someone actually says the line, this is set hundreds of years ago, but they build quite fragile looking houses out of wood and paper. It's like, well, because we get these typhoons and earthquakes that just destroy anything we build. So we just build stuff that's very easy to rebuild when it gets destroyed. And yes, the blonde look is looking good, Laura. So
Oh, thank you. It's not actually blonde at all. It's just the blue hair that's no longer completely
it's just
blue.
the colors grown out and faded a bit.
Yeah, so it's basically the bleached hair
Yeah.
that was before. But I am planning to get it re-dyed. I haven't decided what color yet, but it'll probably be brown,
Oof.
a bit brown. You know,
Yeah.
something a bit more. I'm going to Japan. Something a bit more conservative, perhaps.
Yeah, you maybe. Yeah. Micro, I have seen that an extremely badly constructed apartment complex in China that just kind of snapped and fell over. And the CCP executed the people who were behind the construction, as an example, which is, well, it's a reaction. Not sure it's the best reaction. Oh God, Strictly Sacred, you're making a Jutini, as in Mountain Dew and God knows what, with pizzas. Yeah, that's a good Friday. I had a meat pie from the supermarket. It was actually really, like, not the individual one. Mrs. Angry and I shared like a big one. It's really good. So Dr. Eber got back from Beans Bar. The neurodivergent lesbian bar. Yes. You're saying how much you enjoy that place. Oh, there you go. A tip from Hannah, and Hannah knows her tips. You should go soft Auburn. There you go. Oh, good Lord, Kirsten, you've been up since 5 a.m. I'm really glad you came in to say hi. It really does sound like you probably need to go to bed if you've been up since 5. All right, so this is the Jutini, which we've always got to be very careful to pronounce. Tequila, Midori, lemon juice, triple sec, lime juice, and top it with Mountain Dew. Oh, and simple syrup along with Mountain Dew. Holy shit, that's going to be sweet. Micro, videos of people in $1 million apartment, walls within drywall with styrofoam. Good Lord. Yeah, there's been some dodgy construction in China.
I think I've got a parcel about to arrive, so I'll be darting off in a couple of moments. But
yeah, that's fair. Oh, good. I was also sorry. What were you going to say?
It's probably the back wheel for my bike.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
It basically was so wobbly. It's like I need to replace it, otherwise I'm going to fall off it.
So sorry, Kirsten. Did you have to have that done by 11 a.m. today, which is why you're up early? Yeah, I got a few accomplishments at work today myself. Yeah, I would agree, Micro. The Mountain Dew would be sugary enough. Hannah having hibiscus lemon myrtle iced tea with sweet and sour syrup. Wow, that sounds good. Oof, every Friday to get the stuff done by 11. God damn. We'll have to re-ask when Laura gets back. Oh, the other thing I was going to say about the series Shogun, which is about a European guy who ends up in Japan. And there was just this one scene where he's like holding this Japanese woman's hands in his hand, and his hands look fucking monstrous, like these huge meaty hands. See, I've got dainty little hands. This guy has like huge sausage finger hands, fucking huge. And the Japanese woman seemed tiny hands. I thought, how big is that guy? And I went and looked up the cast, and he was only 5'10". The Japanese woman's 5'1", and so I guess that's the relative thing. But his hands look really huge. But when I was looking him up, it's like actor's name Cosmo Jarvis, and I went, wait, is that Gay Pirates Cosmo Jarvis? And I looked it up, and yes, a song that I've really got into from years ago, Yo-Ho Sebastian, the Gay Pirate song. It was Cosmo Jarvis. So this guy is an actor and a singer, and I'd watched this show without realizing that's who I was watching. Right, so you're in management, which sucks. Yeah, I am in a higher role now, and I have people reporting to me, which is disconcerting. A bit purposely stayed a pleb for ages. Oh, sorry. What you think? You've heard bike theft in the UK is bad. Worse than New York. Okay. So Hannah, amount of skill in Japanese carpentry is phenomenal. Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's centuries of practice passed down. Because they were building all their houses out of wood. So yeah, the carpentry without nails or glue or anything, just this incredible joinery is genuinely mind-blowing. All right, must be time to make another. I think I'm going to perfect this gin and whiskey old-fashioned, and I've definitely settled on the Christmas gin, which I hadn't been using, so now I'm going to use. And I might try it with yet another whiskey tonight. So I'm going to go over here. Oh, maybe it's... Tricky Sagi, you always remember, when did I put the whiskey in the barrel? How long did we say we were going to keep it in the barrel? Oh, speaking of which, I'm going to agitate my old-fashioned. It doesn't feel like there's that much in there. I'm probably going to taste that tonight. Probably only want to leave it for a few weeks, and I think it's been in there a week. All right, but the Christmas gin. Whoa, what would right, where's the Christmas gin? It's here. And I have to decide which. Okay, actually, my recent favorite whiskey, Archie Rose's cask strength rum barrel. Rum cask strength rum cask. Where's my measuring glass? Going to put a little bit of that sugar all came out of solution in this. All right. A little bit of sugar syrup. Do that. A little bit of sugar syrup. Oh, that sugar syrup. Christmas rum. Christmas gin, I should say. And
is this for a later drink, or you've already drunk the last one?
Sorry, what are you saying, Laura?
Is this a new drink, or have you, as in you've already drunk the last one, or is this preparation for the future?
This is my second drink. I've been over the last week experimenting with the ingredients in this cocktail, and I'm trying to pin down the best version of it. Aromatic bitters. And so I've nailed the gin. It's a gin and whiskey old-fashioned. And I have nailed down the gin I'm going to use.
Excuse me for a stupid question.
Yeah.
Does an old-fashioned have gin and whiskey? And I always thought it was a whiskey drink.
The old-fashioned template is spirit, sugar, bitters. If you go into any bar and just ask for an old-fashioned, they'll make it with whiskey. But that template you can play with. You can use any spirit or a blend of spirits, which is what I'm doing. And you can experiment with what the sugar or sweetener is as well. And you can experiment with the type of bitters that you use. So incredibly simple template, spirit, sugar, bitters, you can actually play with endlessly. So to get a really different, well, not really different, but a noticeably different flavor profile, I'm mixing gin and whiskey, which is not all that common a thing to do. But once I sort of tried it with my Christmas gin, which is literally a gin that's been infused with Christmas pud, so it's got all those Christmas pudding flavors, is just great.
So my parcel is, I've got a swimming costume that I'm hoping fits, because you know,
For Japan.
yeah. Well, I want to swim in the Pacific. I've swum in the
Yeah.
Atlantic a number of times. Used to go surfing, but you know, I've not swum in the Pacific, and I'm going to be going to Okinawa, which is like, you know, tropical, you know.
Yeah.
So that's going to be pretty cool.
Oh, that sounds good.
And on the completely opposite end of the scale, I bought a couple of coats as well.
Oh,
So
okay. All sorts of shopping going on.
I will. Yes. It basically end of season. They're for sale. So
Yeah.
one of them is for sale. The other one's like a pink one, and it's like, oh, that one's a bit more expensive. And then the rest is shoes.
Oh, big online shopping coming through.
Yeah, I spent £150.
I got some UGG boots in a sale that should arrive this week, just in time for winter and lounging around the house. Sorry, just in the chat that happened there. Oh, okay. So we put the whiskey in the barrel in February. We were going to leave it at least 6 months, weren't we?
I don't know about Grasshopper. What's with Grasshopper?
Oh, okay. Grasshopper is in very sad news. Has had a cancer diagnosis that is not the good sort of diagnosis. So he was on the stream recently, letting everyone know. So bummer is what happened. So yeah.
Kind of taking the
I
shine.
know. You're going to show off your shopping.
Ooh, new shoes. Oh,
Well, Grasshopper wouldn't want us to be down about it. Oh, Strictly Sega. Okay, if you on my word, you got that Archie Rose. Use it to punch stuff up. Like, actually, if you're going to make something with the Starwood, split it half Starwood and half that Archie Rose to really beef up the flavors. Oh, who said that in a movie? No, that's in Watchmen, in the comic, in the original movie Watchmen. The old villain, when Rorschach goes to grill him because he thinks he's responsible for some of the bad stuff, and he says, "Yeah, no, I've got cancer." Moloch, that's him. Dr. Abigail's quoting Moloch when Rorschach's going like, "What sort of cancer?" He goes, "You know the cancer you get better from? It's not that one." She's like, "Oof, yeah, okay." Oh God, Micro. Usually people who used to come in here who've passed. People who've been in my videos who have died, because I've been on YouTube like 18 years now. I think we're in double figures of people who appear in my videos who are no longer with us, which is really quite unsettling for me. I've got to be honest. Constant reminders of mortality.
yeah. I had another friend who died recently. She fought it for 3 years.
Yeah.
So this is one pair, just a pair of sandals.
Okay, nice.
The biggest problem I've got is because I'm tall, trying to find something that's long enough is the problem.
I'm now looking at counts down.
Now I'm first giving it a try. A little bit tight across the what do you call it, bridge? I don't know. Just above the toes, little bit tight, but that could stretch because it's leather. So, or maybe leather. Who knows?
All right, I found For anyone who was in very early, I started swearing voluminously when my GoPro shut down saying low battery, and it was actually at 50%. And there is actually a question on the GoPro support page. Is there an answer? Video performance mode. I never changed my video settings. Maximum performance. Okay, I should look that up. It's not very engaging for me to just be staring at my screen. You watched a great doco the other day, actor who was gay, a gay actor in Nightmare on Elm Street 2, and they put gay undertones. It's really interesting, some of the subtext you get out of horror films sometimes. Although also I'm just reminded of that post of, no, it was Garth Marenghi's Dark Place, which was a truly surreal British comedy from, I don't know, 10 or 15 years ago. It's a mockumentary with all these people being interviewed. You'll see it's some of the first appearances of people like Richard Ayoade, a whole bunch of people you'd really recognize. It's really trippy. But the one quote from, and there are lots of good quotes in Garth Marenghi's Dark Place, but the one that I love is the guy virtually shouting at the camera going, I know writers who use subtext and they're all cowards. It's just the idea, subtlety is cowardice. Micro, it's not an old GoPro. I bought it during lockdown. But I noticed there's a whole discussion on it on the GoPro support page. So another time, I'll look that up. Not here. Hey, Pat, by the way, how you doing?
So bought a pair of orange slip-ons.
Oh, nice.
They were 20 quid, and it's like, orange? Go on then.
Yeah, I mean, go for it. Oh, sorry. I breathed in at the wrong time. Oof. Ugh. Oh, that burned a bit. Inhaling alcohol vapor down my esophagus. Not fantastic. Do not recommend.
I wonder if these will fit. These are just some slim backs, I think they're called.
Ooh, nice. Yes.
Very pointy. You take someone's eye out with that.
Yeah. Well, good to be
But
good in certain
To quote
circumstances.
pretty much every parent in in the 1970s, 80s.
You'll have someone's eye out with that.
I knew a boy that with his eye poked out with a sharp stick. Won't go looking through my letterbox anymore.
Sorry, I remember you made me think of an old Two Ronnies sketch. It was like what they used to do serials. There'd be 5 minutes in each show for a season, and this one was like a gothic horror one. And the heroine at some point, like she's got a cup of hot tea, and she realizes the painting on the wall, someone's actually looking through the eye holes in the painting, and she throws the hot tea at it, and whoever's behind there screams, and she's like, who was it? And the next day, the butler, who'd always looked a bit shady, comes out and he's got like an eye patch on, and she, it was him. Oh no. And then like the lord of the house comes out and he's got an eye patch on as well. So it's like each one of them was looking through one of the eye holes. But Two Ronnies, love it. Yes, Pat's here for his weekly alibi. No, officer, I have no idea how those underworld figures died on Friday night. You can find evidence that I was sitting at home watching a live stream. So, Micro, alcohol meets the definition of a Schedule 1 drug. Weeds class. Yeah, no, the fact that alcohol doesn't have the restrictions that weed does is ridiculous. Alcohol is way, way, way more dangerous than weed.
The painting. This is the painting that in the
The scream.
well, hot tea. Ah!
Oh, right. Yes.
That would be. I think that would that would make a good sketch. I think.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's weird. Oh, right. You got your fave Garth Marenghi Dark Place bit on Discord. I mean, I do want to look just to see what it is. Where are we? And I assume we put it under. That's in general. Richard Ayoade raps in Matt Berry's 80th since on one track. Oh, God. Okay. So actually, just randomly, Strictly Sega, the vinyl thing. I think I know the right box of records to bring up. I think it's like the end of the alphabet of the albums. Like the last ones are with the letter W. I don't think I brought that one out because they were all alphabetical. And I know I brought out the 12-inch singles. And I've got 3 boxes of albums, and I brought out 2 of them. So you reckon that sounds right? All right, you know what? I might go and get it because I think there's some really good ones in there. So it'll just take me a minute to go out and get this. Won't be long at all. All right.
So I think these might work for me. It seems strange having this kind of shoe. I will explain in a moment.
Okay, these boxes of vinyl are heavy. Ah. All right. Ooh.
It's quite funny if you think about it. A disc jockey, or back in the day, at a I don't know, you can imagine being a DJ in like a 1980s wedding or something. Wedding reception at the end.
Yeah, I actually did that.
Yeah, and you can imagine how heavy and how many boxes maybe brought along for this thing.
Yes.
And and like 20 years ago, it would have been a much smaller box with CDs.
With CDs, yeah.
And maybe CDs that you already prepared. You put your own things.
With your own mix on it, yeah.
Yeah. And now you can do the same thing on a little thing that's that big.
Yeah. Yeah, they tend to just have a laptop these days.
Yeah.
So Micro's asking, is Pat threatening to fight me in the ring? It's kind of what it sounds like. Is that what he's saying? He's going to get me in the ring? We're going to do a Jake Paul, Logan Paul thing? I'm sorry. Pat would fucking wipe me out in a heartbeat. He's so into wrestling, I wouldn't last. So Strictly Sega Automotive fucked his back DJing, dragging crates around. It will definitely fuck you back up.
Anyway, this is one of the shoes. I got this in the back.
Nice.
Now the thing is, it's a bit of a weird thing because these are 2-inch heels, and remember, I'm already pretty tall.
You are, yeah.
But heels look kind of cute, And so it's like, okay, feminine shoes. Now, one of the things to bear in mind that I am 6'4". Okay.
Yeah.
And this is 2 inches, so that's 6'6", which incidentally is the standard size of a door.
In the UK.
Yes. So it's the, The height of the door is
Yeah.
my height if I'm wearing these kind of shoes. So this is where these shoes duck through all doors.
Yeah. Oh, you're going to have a hell of a time in Japan with the doors are framed for people who are about 5'6".
Yes. The orange ones, black ones to go with them. So
Oh, nice.
cheap. We can buy about 6 pairs.
Oh, and we are joined by yeah, guess who's been to the hot lesbian bar tonight? It's all made up.
It was cold because it rained today, and
It was actually a bit of a miserable
it was
day.
a bit
Yeah.
chilly, and it's a neurodivergent lesbian bar,
Which is the
so-
big attraction. Yeah.
yeah. So I sat on the comfy couch next to some plush sunflowers, and played Sudoku, and ate some vegan sausage rolls.
I can't keep up with all this sex jargon you young people have.
No, that is literally what I did. Someone sitting on another comfy couch was playing with those poppable stim toy things.
Oh yes, the sim toys. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, see,
Um,
if I say what you
yeah.
said, like Benny Hill, like you know how it is. I was with some plush sunflowers, and I was playing Sudoku and
Yeah.
eating some vegetarian sausage rolls, if you know what I mean.
Ooh, ah.
You
Yeah.
were. And Chog, hello, by the way.
I'm sort of chuckling
I
at the
wanna-
idea of the NSA thinking, what? Okay,
Yeah.
where's the book?
We've completely thrown off the American spy network at this point.
Yeah. So I want to show off something I 3D printed
Oh
recently.
yeah,
This is a fidget toy.
neat.
This is ostensibly a fidget toy,
Okay,
right? Right.
it's got a little roller wheel by the looks of it. Oh my god!
Yeah. It's not sharp. It at all. It's not
It's
sharp.
dramatic though.
It's very dramatic, but it's just the best to fidget with. It's just
Honestly, that
all
looked
day.
really cool. That
so as soon as I showed Will, and of course he wanted one, so now I've got,
nice.
for the time being, I've got 2.
Okay. Okay. Do you remember the first of the latest Star Wars movies that made?
The
You know,
Force
the
Awakens.
first time we see BB-8.
Yes, the Force
And
Awakens.
Oh yeah, the Force
Comes up
Awakens. Yes.
was the sort of, it
Yes,
just
he had a
reminds
little
me of that.
lighter. Yes.
It reminds me of that. A lighter gun.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like
But
you
yeah,
probably had a
so-
bit of
so
a
I've got
time convincing a cop
fidget
those aren't
toys.
knives.
I know. I will not take them out. I have a prototype that I broke. It has an
Oh, yeah.
internal spring. These ones are bigger and use elastic bands,
Yeah.
and springs I've made from biros, which I've broken and taken the
Ah.
springs out, and
Neat.
yeah, they're so cool. So yeah,
Hey, Strictly Sega's joining us too.
they are very, very cool.
I imagine, even though you say they're not sharp and not particularly
Oh,
dangerous,
they're not sharp.
I could imagine it freaking like miscreants out on the street if someone threatened you
Oh,
and you whipped that out. It would give them second thoughts.
yeah. If it's
There
dark
we go.
enough,
That's better.
if it's dark enough, you probably wouldn't tell the difference.
Yeah, no,
And I
just
imagine,
the satisfying click it makes too.
yeah,
That's cool.
they're very cool.
They do
And
look very cool.
Oh, and occasionally it misfires, so you
okay.
got to kind of click it into place. But they're like a bitch to kind of fine tune to get them to work. But yeah, once they get going, so cool.
Need little
and,
handles
yeah,
on them
like-
so you can spin them.
Oh yeah, do butterfly knife type things. Yeah.
Nah, that's a bit too much.
And Michael, you are
But,
right. You can get guides for 3D printing guns.
Yeah, I won't go that far, but I can see like Wolverine claws like this.
Oh
Like,
my god,
imagine
that would be
like,
so cool. Just like
yeah,
flick your wrist like that or something.
yeah, or Assassin's Creed blades.
Assassin's Creed is what I was thinking too. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
We're all on the same wavelength. Noise.
Oh, okay. This one needs more fine tuning. But
but
this
it's still
one's
pretty
working
cool.
on point. It's just it's an old design too. It's not a new design like the this type of mechanism. So yeah, very cool.
Micro has.
Hi, Sophie.
That's true.
Oh dear. I've actually. Oh, what does? I feel like that kind of happened in Seven, that crime movie with Brad Pitt and Morgan
Freeman.
Kevin Spacey.
Yeah.
yeah.
Do you know, it amazes me how it doesn't take very long for the language to go into the gutter. If I'd have wanted that kind of conversation, I would have gone to the Donald Trump trial.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yes. Stormy Daniels giving a really graphic description of.
Well,
One of the
I
bits
am
that made me
wearing
laugh-
my mushroom dress.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the things that made me chuckle the most is how Trump's defense lawyer probed her for a good best part of 10 minutes or something, and introduced Stormy Daniels referring to the orange turd.
Yes.
She was the one that brought that up. Okay, not Stormy Daniels, the defense.
Yes.
His
Well,
defense.
yeah.
Oh,
'cause he's trying
he-
to say her testimony.
Yeah, I'll never look at a rolled up magazine the same way again.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
she spanked him with a rolled up magazine.
A magazine
With
with
Trump's face on it. Yeah.
With his own face on
Trump,
it.
Trump's lawyer also brought into the zeitgeist a nickname.
And then he goes, "You
that
remind me of my daughter."
Michael Cohen
Yes.
called Trump von
What, the shits in
Schitzenpants.
pants.
And
And
Trump's
that got made
lawyer
into the record.
brought that to light and brought
Yeah.
it into evidence.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Which, yeah,
You know,
thank God
like-
for shitty lawyers.
yeah. He does actually seem to have bad lawyers.
Because he can't hire good lawyers. Because
I think there's
Um,
The good
No,
lawyers
no.
won't go near him.
the good lawyers aren't yes men.
yeah.
So if he hires a good lawyer, he'll end up firing them because they won't just roll over and do what he
Yeah.
says. They'll
Like-
actually try to control him and represent him really well.
We can hear
And
that.
he doesn't want that because he just wants someone who'll do everything he says.
Yeah.
And that's a bad lawyer.
and
He
that's the
won't
thing.
hire a good lawyer.
I remember in the E. Jean Carroll one, where
Yes,
there
he was
was
in that. Terrible.
effectively there's two trials in that one. There was the one to decide whether it happened or not, and the other one to decide whether he defamed her again.
Yes.
And
He lost both. Yeah.
And yeah, so in the first one, he didn't turn up. And so, the lawyer wasn't like quite as aggressive or awful or, that kind of thing. But in the second one, he did turn up and he, his lawyer's like calling the woman a liar and all that kind of stuff, and basically performing for Trump.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. His lawyers in the E. Jean Carroll case were very bad.
Yeah. It was the same in
Very
the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial. She
Yeah.
as a control freak could only hire bad lawyers
Yeah.
because
that was
good lawyers
a
would
very bad court case. I do love
Yeah,
this
it
one.
would
Yeah, and that a lot of that
represent
court case was decided by a lot of YouTubers too. Before
Yeah.
yeah.
It wasn't a legal thing. It was just this weird public opinion thing.
Looking back at it now, it's amazing that it went the way that it did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it was a travesty. And hey, Greg, by the way,
So
for those who missed it, I did post the video.
And hey, Chog.
I posted the video that Greg and Heine did the camera work for, and I interviewed Yao from the Elysian Whiskey Bar. Really great
yeah,
bar.
well,
Yeah.
I saw that.
Did you like that, Pat?
It's wicked.
That guy
Who
Yao.
did the artistic over-the-shoulder shot? That was really cool.
Yeah, well, one was Heine and one was Greg. They were on either side of me, and they did great work as camera operator. And the whole point of this is like test stuff for the distilling documentary, and it's doing exactly what it is. Like it's a pretty good video. I like it, but we learned.
I wish he told us what he had at home.
Yeah. That was funny.
Probably-
I did. Yao is a funny guy. Like when I went, "Oh, how much whiskey do you have at home?" and he goes, "Oh, that's a secret. I'm not going to tell anyone how much alcohol I have at home." Just one time, I was in there with Dr. Abigail, and I got a Manhattan, and it was really good. So Manhattan's just whiskey and sweet vermouth, very simple drink. But he made a really good Manhattan. I was like, "Oh, what whiskey was that?" And he says, "I use this whiskey." And I was going, "Oh, what vermouth did you use?" And he goes, "Secret. We got a house blend. I never tell anyone what the house blend is." And it's like, "Oh, now we're a man of secrets."
I never thought about blending vermouth. That's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like because each has their own profile, and he's very serious about what he's done. So he's done a particular blend of vermouths that he uses in the cocktails. It was very funny because I said, "Oh, what whiskey?" And he goes, "It's this whiskey." I go, "What vermouth did you use?" He goes, "Secret house blend."
I'm not telling. Yeah.
Again.
So
But he was a great interview subject.
Sure was.
So I noticed one of the angles was a bit washed out, and
Oh.
that was the oh, hang on.
Sorry, I was just going to say, Chog, I hope it's not COVID. Yeah, no. That
Yeah.
was one of our learnings.
That was the lighting. Yeah.
No, one of our learnings was Heine and Greg, the warmth, the color, the white balance, whatever you want to call it, was it like polar opposites? Heine's was very warm, very yellow orange, and Greg's was very cool, very
White.
blue green. And so I desperately tried adjustments in the editing to make them a bit closer to each other. But there were two learnings out of that. Their camera work I thought was great, and I loved it, and it worked really well. The first learning was we need to do a white balance before the next shoot, so the color temperature is, if not identical, at least reasonably similar. And the second one is when they do B-roll, I want one or both of them to do some stuff at a high frame rate so I can do sexy slow motion. Greg shot a bunch of great B-roll, but it was just at a normal frame rate. So if you slowed it down, it just looked really choppy. They've got flashy cameras, so I want them to shoot it at a high frame rate so I can slow it down. So
Yeah.
but
I'm gonna
that's
stop
like
clicking
the two notes. Their shooting was great, and they got
Mm.
great content, and it's just the color temperature and wanting some slow-mo B-roll.
Cool.
So Chog, you had
Making sure the settings match.
oh yeah, that's the fun thing, Chog.
Also-
Honestly, it's not just COVID. There's RSV and influenza to worry about at the moment.
Also, maybe we could invest in a key light.
Yeah.
Or like
and-
make one.
Or just use that ring light. That ring light would be a real
There's
handy
one that
tool
I'm
to have.
using now.
Yeah, I've got some portable ones like this.
Kmart have them pretty cheap.
I kind of like like this is just battery powered. This is a battery powered work light, and it's bright as fuck.
Holy moly, that's huge.
But if you bounce it,
Blinded by the light.
if you bounce the light,
Which
You-
screen
you're
am I
gonna
looking at?
yeah,
I can't see anymore.
I've got dots in my eyes. Yeah,
horror movie. Oh God,
I'm the leprechaun.
I'm definitely blind now.
I have it.
Thank you for the sympathy, Pat. Honestly,
You savage, Pat.
Yeah, I know
Alright.
he's absolutely savage.
Oh, yeah, man.
Chog, you say
Hi.
grab a spot box. Yeah. No, I like the available light. The available light was good. The one thing we just want to do is just get the color temperature balance, because by weird chance Greg and Heine had set their cameras at sort of opposite ends of the spectrum for color warmth.
My question is, how come the bartender was looking at the door every 5 seconds?
Customers were
Is this
coming
on
in.
shift?
It was open. It was during opening hours.
No,
was it?
like the other thing would maybe be if we're going to somewhere just before it opens, get everything ready, because we spent 10 or 15 minutes getting ready and there were no customers in that time. And then when we got ready, customers started coming in.
Yeah, you could see him constantly thinking about the customers and stuff like that, because that's his
Yeah,
first
just
priority, you know.
people,
Mm.
And then we had the talk, but actually, that's possibly a
talk.
third note, that we are ready to go
Like
really
the tech
quickly,
talk.
so we don't have people coming in.
Oh, yeah, what's up?
Did you
I
have to
like
explain
the
the birds
lighting
and the
setup
bees?
too, sort of like with the bisexual color lightings behind me. Yeah, Micro. Honestly, this tiny little thing is an extremely bright light. I could probably shine it up your butt and your teeth.
It will come out your mouth. Yeah.
It'll be like that picture of the cat with a light in its mouth.
Yeah.
Like scanners with the light. You know. Yeah.
Just,
Oh, actually,
I'm thinking of
Speaking
Laurie
of-
Anderson did that in a thing. I think in Language is a Virus. She smiled. She had some light inside her mouth, and she just like opened her lips and smiled, and the light was like coming out through her teeth. It was a really good visual.
Why do I come
80s
here?
Stuff.
Why am I here?
Yeah, I know.
Because
Yeah, Micro.
we love you, Doc. That's why. Because we love you here.
so I have a fun
planet
thing.
anymore.
So I now have my passport.
passport.
It's a black one because Brexit.
Yeah.
You know, because that's what makes That's what makes Britain and not Europe, having a black passport like they used to have instead of a sort of dark red one. But I have the joy of the Schrodinger's scanner, because what they do is they look for hidden packages.
Yes.
And so there's someone, and there's two buttons. One's a pink button, one's a blue button, or words to that effect. And
Yeah.
so it's like, okay, if they press the girl button, then it's going to show boy bumps as a hidden package. If they press the boy button, it's going to show hidden packages.
Ah, I get you. Yeah. It took me a second then.
Yeah. Mhm.
As I said, Schrodinger's scanner.
Oh,
It's like-
you're just going
and-
to
Hey, what
confuse
it is-
people with border control. Okay.
You know, that picture of the buttons.
Can
Two
you press
buttons.
both? Yeah, press
Oh,
both
yeah.
at the same time.
Oh, yeah. Yes,
you
the
know-
superhero wiping the sweat off their brow because they don't know what button to push.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's you, man.
So, Micro, if you're
Oh,
talking
man.
about US to Australia, it's like $20 is $20. Australia, it's more like $20 is $30, honestly, at the moment.
Okay, I'm gonna refill my martini.
Oh yeah, I got stung. I have a subscription to the role playing books that I use in my
Yes.
D&D games. It's not actually D&D. I play
in US
Pathfinder,
dollars.
which is a derivative of D&D.
Yeah.
But it's from a company called Paizo, and it's really awesome. And being a forever DM, I buy all the books.
Yeah.
So I have a subscription, and the latest source book has dropped, and because it's from the US, they charged my account.
How green that is.
And the usual $100 every 3 to 6
Fluorescent.
months that I expect,
Yeah.
it's $160. And
Yeah.
I'm like,
Oof.
holy fuck, there goes my budget again.
Yeah.
Like, God damn it. So now, just whatever. Just fuck
Yeah.
off.
Well, like
I guess I
I've
don't
told
need
this.
money.
If you love the
story.
books, though, it's worth it. You know, like I spend
I
that
mean,
much on
yeah,
bloody
but-
DLCs for video games.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like, I didn't expect that. My
Yeah.
budget isn't that agile.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Currency.
Yeah, no, I
fluctuates
get you there. Yeah.
in. Yeah. Well, I've told the story before. In the early days of YouTube, I was actually doing content for an American website, and they were paying me $500 US for a piece. And at the start of it,
Ooh.
it was a shit exchange rate like now, so I was getting a third more, or 50% more. And over the 6 months I was working for this stuff, the Australian dollar bounced back to near parity. So it's like each month I was getting paid.
You're getting less and less and
From
less.
the US company's point of view, they were paying me the same the whole time. From my perspective, over a 6-month period, I was just progressively being paid less and less. It's like, God damn it.
Oh, the GFC, I went nuts buying video games from America because that was so cheap.
Because of the exchange rate, yeah.
Because they were $1 for $1, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, no, there was that period where we were almost at parity.
Mm.
But
I
yeah.
was
now
like, gimme.
It's an Australian
I-
dollar's worth about 66 US cents. But,
I
Yeah.
did something some years ago
64.
when it was like $1.97 dollars to the pound. It's
Yeah.
like, you know, that was a great trip.
yeah,
You're like,
well,
bring
we've
on the
had-
trains.
We've had versus the
Actually, it
pound
was a
in
camera.
everything
I bought
$53.
my first digital SLR from out of that.
Oh, nice.
Actually, I just bought one for this Japan trip. It's not. It wasn't new. It was secondhand, but it was like really good comparison to my older one. It's a Canon 700D, you know, which is like a
Oh,
start.
wow.
You know, but it's
That's Canon. That was nice, yeah.
yeah. Well, I started off with the Canon 400D, which was the first one I got. And you know, like I say,
I've had the same camera since 2014, you know. That's 10 years old now.
Yeah. So this is the new one I got.
Oh, look how big that is. It's got a nice long shaft.
Well,
Oh,
and I
Isn't
bought
that what it's called, Doc? It's called a shaft, isn't it?
Sorry, I just saw Celtic asking me what it was. It was for a site called The Blogging Times. If you search on my YouTube channel videos that have the tag The Blogging Times, you'll find I did a bunch of stuff, and I was getting paid to do it. So that was good. That was, Jesus, 2006. That's, Jesus Christ. That was a long time ago.
yeah.
That was a
Okay.
long.
That was 18 years ago.
I've
Okay,
been
so,
doing this shit for a long time.
so as well as buying the camera, I bought a 300mm lens.
Nice.
You know, Sega, I know you said about the shaft on the other one.
Oh,
This-
Yeah.
it's a
It's
long
getting
black
very
shaft.
Yeah, there we go.
It's a very
It's
erect
erecting.
shaft. Yes.
dear.
It extends.
I hate all of you.
That camera is getting aroused.
It's having an SLR.
What do you think that's?
You make me look so inferior with my tiny little. I've got a little Donald Trump going there, you know.
That's a yeah. You beat me to it. That's a Donald Trump.
Oh, you got me there with your little Donald Trump. Okay, that's. God damn it. Okay. You know what? I am going to have. You'll just carry on. We're going to have a toilet break and also get more.
And a
ice.
refill.
Oh, I'm going to go get my freezer martini. Yeah.
Oh, good call. Yes.
That's all when
Dude.
you know I'm going to get fucked up on a Friday night if I bring the freezer martini out. So.
Oh, you want some? Here you
Right.
go, my love.
We'll be
Can I
back
put you
in a
on
minute.
camera for a sec? Say hello. All right. Say hello to Dr. Abigail.
Hello, Dr. Abigail.
Bye.
Hello.
Hey, Laura.
And that's Laura. Yeah, she's actually watching you guys on the computer as well.
Oh,
Ah,
Look at that lag.
Yep,
Got
there
the
it goes.
martini there. Yeah.
Happy girl. You should see her new glasses. They look so cute on her. I tell you what.
I don't even know where they are at the moment.
She's had the same glasses since like 2003. And they look like like men's sport glasses. And now I'm like, we got to get new glasses finally, you know? And, oh, they're so, you know, lady, you know, like, oh, so dainty.
There you go.
know?
They're my old ones.
Yeah. So here's her old ones. Look at the arm on that.
oh yeah.
Yep.
man, that's all.
Yep, very old-fashioned style.
I have
Close
so
to a pair of Oakleys, you know. Hey, by the way, Patty, thank you for suggesting Frozen Empire. I freaking loved it.
Amigue. Yeah, so,
Absolutely adored it. What a funny movie. Do you think they're going to do a third one? I hope they do.
I don't know. Look and see. I don't know.
And I put
What movie is this? Sorry, what
the
was
new
that?
Ghostbusters. And I also put Abigail on the server,
Oh.
Abigail.
Ah, the movie.
Yes. Yep. Yeah, no, we took your consciousness and we uploaded onto Plex, you know.
Every time someone mentions that movie, I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, I've got loads of pairs of glasses. These are my current ones. They're kind of like pinkish.
Yeah, they're not the ones I'm used to seeing you wearing though.
No, well, like I say, I mean, I've got some blue ones.
Yep.
And,
Are they the same style but just different colour?
no, they're a lot bigger. Sorry, a lot smaller. If we look at the size.
Oh yeah. No, the blue ones is the ones I remember you wearing because you used to have the matching blue hair.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think I wore them once. So I've got these fuchsia pink ones, which I like. Although right now they need a clean because I've got a big stripe right across it.
They look nice.
But yeah, these work. And I've got them in purple.
Excuse my delayed reaction. I wait for it to come up on the big screen so I can actually see them. Oh, Sophie found her glasses and she wants to show them off.
Oh, you can tell them.
No, please put them on.
And then I have to take off headphones.
Just for a second.
They're
No?
very nice.
All right.
They bring
Can't
your
actually
face
hear you 'cause I don't
very.
have the
They're very
headphones.
nice, Doctor said.
You look great, sir.
Look at her face. She does not look happy to be there at all. Sorry. Okay. I saw it on the replay, and I'm like, okay, I'll turn it off. Sorry,
They
Sophie.
frame. Tell
I
her
couldn't
they
hear
frame her face very well.
Yeah, no, those
And
are
she
good
looks
glasses,
very cute
sir.
in
They
them.
look good.
And then the
And
other
cheers,
pair have
Paul.
got
Got my freezer martini.
Oh, yeah,
Cheers,
hi.
big forehead.
there we go,
Oh
got
my
some
God.
green ones. as well.
Oh, that's really good.
My friend.
Oh, I love the green ones. Yeah, they're cool.
Do you know what made me get them? You're gonna laugh.
You got one of everything, don't you? One of all the colours. Why'd you get them?
Because my eyesight is garbage and I needed some glasses. And
No, but you know, haha.
Laura wants to be one with everything.
No, she wants to be invisible when she uses the green screen.
yeah, that'd be interesting. No, all it came down to was, I bought these ones and then saw they had other ones. And it's like, oh, you know what? I think I'll have them, and then I'll just have them all. And they were dead cheap as well. They were like £4, £4.50, something like that, which is a bargain for a pair of, they're 1.25, But but one with the inspiration for getting me to buy these ones in particular, I watched Encanto.
Yeah.
I haven't watched that. That's the Disney one about.
Is that the We Don't Talk About Bruno movie?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the character wore these, and I thought, oh, that's a really nice color. So I went and bought some.
I get that. Yeah. No, they look good.
But these are my current ones.
And they got kind of a crocodile skin look to it too. Like there's black dots in them, but as far as I could see on the camera.
What, on the green ones?
Yeah.
No,
Is it
no,
just pure green, or is it? Oh no! Sorry, it's like lime. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a darker green than that. It's more like trees kind of green. It's a bit. It's darker than lime. It's not as green as my curtain. Actually, you got the stripes in the background. The rainbow stripes.
Oh yeah. Right. Yes.
They're closer to the green in that.
Oh, okay. Yep.
I'm actually due to get some new glasses. My private health insurance pays for a new pair each year. In fact, I've been eligible to get them since January. I just haven't got around to it. So
you pay enough for health insurance, so you might as well use it.
Yeah. Also, I want to throw in, there was some discussion in the chat about Australian manufacturing. Chog reckons we don't have car manufacturing anymore because the large multinationals didn't want to pay wages. That was part of it. But the big thing is vehicle manufacturing in Australia simply wasn't economically viable on its own. It was relying on government subsidies. And the former Conservative government said, well,
Tony Abbott,
important as it is to have a manufacturing base in this country, we're not going to subsidize it anymore. And they literally said to the foreign car companies, I dare you to shut down your operations here. And literally all of them went, okay.
Yeah.
And we now have no vehicle manufacturing in Australia, which in terms of risk to the country is an existential threat. It is extremely bad. It's kind of like conservatives are pointless to talk to about this, but it's like because I work in cybersecurity and I deal in disaster recovery and worst case scenarios and whatnot. But if you, as a government in Australia, do not have a contingency plan for Australia being totally cut off from the rest of the world, you're just playing Russian roulette with about 4 bullets in the chamber. It's we have seen so many instances of how fragile Australia's exchange, just interaction with the rest of the world is. If you literally need to go, there needs to be a plan of, if you could not import any fuel whatsoever into Australia, what would you do? If you could not import any products whatsoever into Australia, what would you do? Because if you don't have a plan for that, in a plausible worst case scenario, Australian society would collapse inside of a couple of months.
Failing to plan is planning to fail.
Yeah.
Mm.
And I always throw in, when I'm talking to people about planning for worst case scenarios, the classic military truism of no plan survives first contact with the enemy, but you still need a plan. You still need to be thinking about what you would do if bad things happen. I was talking to someone about this literally today at work, and he said, yeah, didn't Mike Tyson say everyone has a plan until you get punched in the face? Yes. That is a much simpler way of putting it. It's like, I'm going to do this, and then someone punches you in the face, and it's like, fuck, okay, that threw everything out of whack. I just got punched in the face. And we have to acknowledge, metaphorically, Australia could get punched in the face really easily. So,
yeah, but the difference is, like, if you don't have a plan, then
you don't even know how to react.
No.
When something happens, you're starting from zero. The whole idea of a plan is not starting from zero. It's
exactly.
Okay, we had a strategy, we had a plan, and circumstances are different, so we need to adapt. There's a huge difference between adapting your plan and never having had a plan in the first place. And in Australia, at least, the conservative political forces never had a plan.
Pat.
Oh, Pat's literally just gone off to murder someone.
Allegedly.
Wow.
Allegedly.
Wow. You see, normally,
How long would it take till we ran out of fuel if we stopped importing it?
you know, I just want to say, you know, normally you have this plausible deniability for Pat, and this time you just blatantly said it.
No. Whenever Pat does that, I just see that
The
Morty
quiet
alien
part
assassin
out
going,
loud.
"Here I go, murdering again." But yes, someone has done that analysis, Strictly Sega, how long Australia would last if no fuel came in at all. And it's not good, because COVID actually highlighted it, because that derailed supply chains for a while and delayed things. And there was a whole bunch of, oh, holy shit, this is just slowing things down. But if we literally were unable to import fuel at all, it would Australia, the military would be in control inside a month in Australia, because the government would just go, you know what, we actually have enough natural resources to keep things running, but people aren't allowed to make any decisions on their own anymore. And we are going to have soldiers on every street corner, and distribution of fuel is going to be extremely tightly controlled. We would get shaken up really quickly by being cut off from the outside world. I don't trust conservative politicians at all to have a proper plan. I'm not a huge fan of Labor for that matter either, but I think they are more pragmatic about having a plan, because
But the media would also have a field day too. Yeah.
The Conservatives are so wedded to ideology above everything, and Labor doesn't really have an ideology. They're just like, go with whatever's happening.
Go with it. Right the day out. Yeah.
Paying the bill.
Hi, Safa. Cheers.
Oh, Starfa finally joined us. I was literally thinking you would be so sad, Safa, if you missed out with people jumping on the cameras and everyone in the chat, if you found out in the next stream that you missed it all, you'd be really disappointed. I assume you've been having a good night and you've been doing things, which is aces as far as I'm concerned. But yeah.
You know, when you were talking about the Conservatives and Labour, I was thinking, are you talking about your country or mine?
No, I think it's kind of the same. I think the British Tories...
You'd be in the same position, I think.
Yeah. You know, I mean, Labour, you know, the way they've been talking, they're just going to do exactly the same as Conservatives are doing.
There's a weird thing globally, I think.
See, a lot of people who say that don't really have an educated view on the differences between the two parties. There is a lot of subtle differences between the two.
Oh, yeah.
Some stark ones, I think. I think globally...
Stark, yeah, okay.
Conservative political forces have become completely detached from reality, and they're just driven by ideology above reality, whereas the Labor in the UK and Australia, Democrats in the US, they maybe kind of suck, and I'm not a huge fan of them, but they're a bit more realistic and pragmatic about let's get some actual results here. The Conservatives have gotten really fucking weird, and everything they say seems completely disconnected from reality. It's very weird.
Yeah, over here they're being pulled more and more and more to the right.
Same here. Same in the US.
That's the media.
Same in Europe. Same in South America. It's weird. The Conservatives have been dragged into this minority position. It's very weird.
Well, we had Cruella de Braverman. You know, if you.
Yes. Oh God, she sucks. So it's like the Tories just keep trying to be the worst person.
Yeah, and my joke about Suella Braverman is what happens when you feed Priti Patel after midnight.
No, you almost made me choke then. Laura.
You know, I mean,
she likes that.
She was awful, but Suella Braverman is just something else. But you know, she basically ended up being kind of kicked out. She's still a Conservative. She's now a backbencher, but she's not on the cabinet anymore. And you know, when the Conservatives did really, really badly in the local elections, and one of the reasons why they've been doing really, really badly is because they've been going with this sort of rather more and more extremist agenda. Cruella Braverman's approach is, we need to go more to the right. We need to be more, you know, attacking trans people and you know, the liberal elites and things like that. You know,
more extreme.
Yeah, we have that too. The Americans have that too. Like Tony Abbott, who's been he got voted out of politics a while back, but he's literally been making these big public pronouncements recently. COVID was only a minor illness and all the lockdowns and restrictions were an overreaction. It's like, you know, I'm not a violent person, but if you were standing next to a wood chipper, I'd fucking kick you into it. It would be just like...
if he was running towards me and there was a wood chipper behind me, I'd step out of the way.
Yeah, no.
With your foot out.
He'd keep going. He'd go straight into it.
Yeah, I wouldn't stop him. Yeah.
No.
Which, funnily enough, is a very good analogy for what's happening with the Tories right now. Heading for the wood chipper.
The Tories are going to get creamed.
What's a Tory exactly? Is that like right wing liberals?
It's the short slang for the Conservatives.
What Tories?
Is
the Tories?
Tory is more or less the official term for the Conservative Party in the UK, and the Conservatives in Australia tend to hate it if you call them Tories, which is funny.
See, even they don't want to be associated with the British Tories.
That's basically what it is. Yeah,
that's how bad the Tories are. You know, I mean, it's it's made me chuckle that Liz Truss wrote a book. So she collapsed the British economy, and
Yes.
she's blamed things going wrong on the liberal elites, including being mocked with, "We think she'll last less than a lettuce."
Which she
I
did.
criticise that point. I don't think I'd eat a lettuce after a month.
Yeah, that's
I
right.
don't think I would. I don't think I could do it after a
It
month.
depends on how well refrigerated it is.
Yeah.
Well,
And,
Even then, would you really
how
eat it
well
after a
kept.
month?
It was sat there
Well,
on the
2
line.
weeks?
I
It
I
was
could say 2 lettuces.
strictly saying, I wouldn't eat Liz Truss after a month either. But you know, it's just the question of which had decayed the most, basically.
It depends what time of the month, too. Yeah.
Oh,
how long?
I thought. Okay,
How
I thought
long-
I'd taken it down.
No,
but
no, 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 no.
that was-
Depends
I'm
on
sorry, girls.
how long either has been in the freezer for.
exactly. That's a whole thing too.
Mm.
Yeah. Oh, good.
Yeah.
Arthur,
Yeah,
Liz
but-
Truss wrote an unhinged book. She wrote
Yeah.
this unhinged book where everyone in the world goes, she was the worst ever. And she goes, no, you know why everything went wrong when I was prime minister? Because of woke, you know?
Yeah.
It's like-
Yeah, because of woke, because of the liberal elite, because trans people.
yeah.
You know, I mean, she even the liberal elite, including the people who said about she wouldn't last as long as a lettuce and didn't. That she was mocked. She was being mocked by the liberal elite. Now, bear in mind, I want to point out that this is the Daily Star.
Yeah, it was
It's the
literally
kind of
right-wing outlets. who
Page
were
3
mocking
still
it.
has women with boobs hanging out.
Oh, okay, right. The page 3 girl and stuff, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's
Page
like
three lady.
it's not even the sun; it's below
She's
the
a big,
sun.
big girl.
It's like it's a I don't know if Rizla paper means anything to you. Rizla, when you make your own cigarettes, it's the
Oh, yeah.
use. Anyway, she's a gnat's wing thickness between. Sorry, not she. The Daily Star is a gnat wing ahead of the the National Enquirer in America.
Yeah. And
It's-
Micro, I am going to throw in, I hard agree, British Parliament question time is a fucking hoot.
It is, yes.
It
It's
is
like one step down from Thailand question
Well,
time,
yeah,
when
when
they
they
start
actually get
fighting
into
each other,
Yeah, well, you see that stuff from the Thai or South Korea Parliament where they actually just jump over and start punching on. It's awesome.
We had a bizarre thing happen this week when a Tory defected to Labour. And she was saying how Labour were awful and they got no plan and things like that. This is only a few months ago. She was saying Labour are rubbish.
Oh, really, suffer?
They're just inept. So, all their policies are wrong. Rishi Sunak's policies are great. We should actually be stronger. In things like that. And it's like, and she's gone and defected, and Labour said yes, please. And it's like, why? Why
We
would
need
you?
the seats.
Why would you want
Yeah,
that?
it's pure pragmatism and thing. Safa, now here's the thing that people often ask: why is
Oh, there's a good
Conservative party in
explanation. for that.
Australia called the Liberal Party, where globally now people regard the term small L liberal as at least somewhat progressive? Robert Menzies, who formed the Liberal Party, he was like categorically saying things like, we are not a conservative party. We are the party representing the individual, because he thought Labor were socialists into collectivism and the government controlling everything. And Menzies said, no, people should run their own lives. The government should just be doing administrative things. And so that's why he called his party the capital L Liberal Party, because he believed
Hey, Rose.
they were adhering to classical liberal ideas, and
Okay.
it was only in the subsequent decades they become more and more socially conservative and more
Just like
controlling
Republicans and
people.
Democrats have swapped
Yeah.
over positions too. Yeah.
Yes, in the Civil War, the Democrats were the pro-slavery conservatives, and the
Mhm.
Republicans were the
The equivalent of what
anti-slavery
Democrats are now. Yeah. Yeah.
But you move forward 100 years, and it completely reversed.
Mhm.
And hey, Rays, by the way, I assume you've just finished a long shift somewhere, man.
I'm sorry. I'm just sort of thinking the you know, it's like, okay, you know, I'm going with the Republicans now. So the Republicans' attitude is yes, we don't think people should be enslaved. Now, equal rights, you're going too far now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I know there's a lot of
Mike,
she's on here, Rays, but I'm not a she.
Laura, because you were talking about getting new bits for a bike. Micro's extremely excited. He's getting a new e-bike. He wanted to know what sort of bike you were getting, or what sort of bike you have.
Okay, so let me find a picture of it for you.
One with 3 seats like the goodies.
No.
Actually, it's a long time since
A tandem. That's right. Yeah.
3-seater. It's a long time since I've seen a 2-seater. Actually.
There you go, Justin.
Also, Rays, I'm just going to throw out, man, that because both you and Micro posted the long things on the Discord after your fight the other night. Micro has dipped his hat to you and said, you know what? I was saying some shitty things. I was basically saying, fuck your friends. I think you both posted long, thoughtful things. So Micro unblocked you on YouTube. You may or may not want to block Micro as well. But Micro respects your response on the Discord. And I think it's an acknowledgement of you both kind of triggered each other and went really hard at each other. And now it's like,
how recent was this?
This was the other night. This was like Tuesday night. They got in a big fight. But then they both did a long post on the Discord, and Micro's acknowledged, yeah, you know what? Faults on both sides. I've unblocked you, so you're cool. Oh, good. See, okay, Ray, I think you're a nice thing. When someone doesn't show up on YouTube, you don't know how to unblock. Yeah, okay. That's the whole thing. Meetings all day. You've been a busy man. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, it was a whole thing. They had a fight on the on the actual stream, but then they both did long posts on the Discord, and mutual respect has gained. Oh, that's Laura's bike, the pink one.
Yeah, that's my bike.
Nice.
Now, unfortunately, the back wheel is destroyed now.
So that's what you were ordering, a new.
Oh, look at all the flowers. That's gorgeous.
Oh, that's cute.
I added the flowers to it.
Of course you did.
Now, unfortunately, a year and a half ago, something like that, someone bumped into me in their car.
You can see the back, yeah.
Because I was going too slow for them. Actually, it was fine. But anyway, so what's happened is, sorry, show the picture again.
Oh, sorry, show the picture again. Sorry, yeah.
So you've got the bit that holds the mudguard up there.
Yeah.
It's 6'4". Do you have trouble pedaling it?
No.
As it's not a mountain bike?
No, I mean, it's a mountain bike in all but name. I mean, the only difference is the bar.
Yeah, the only difference is the bar that goes across, bub. It's a mountain bike size.
Yeah, anyway, so...
it's designed to sit upright.
Yeah.
Rather than leaning forward.
Yeah.
That's a racer bike. A racer bike is one you sit forward on, like when you do the Olympics. Yeah. And a mountain bike, you kind of sit up straight, like a BMX.
Yeah, and with this, you sit up like your back straight, upwards.
Yep, just like a BMX as well, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. I also just want to... Sorry, Laura, I'm going to throw in a few things from the chat. Ray's acknowledging he doesn't have a Dr. Abigail to fix shit. Because when I fuck up, Abigail fixes shit for, like, when I accidentally block someone or something, Abigail just goes in and fixes it. And Micro's throwing in, he actually respects Ray's went hard because they both went hard, but then they ended up coming thing. And yes, Safa, it is good. They both did a long post on the Discord where they said, this is where I was and this is where I am now, and there's now mutual respect, which I fucking love, honestly. Yeah, no, God, that did happen one night. I was trying to post one of Safa's comments on the stream once, and I was, let's say, mildly inebriated, and I clicked on.
Yeah, you did that to me too.
Blocked him, and then I was just going, "Oh no, I've blocked him, and I don't know what to do." And Abigail's just like, "I'll fix it, don't worry." And it was just like,
Can't
anyway,
take you anywhere, Angry.
So
I'm just hopeless. Yeah.
So I was saying how the back wheel, it's got a bracket that goes across and then a bolt on the outside.
Yeah.
It with a washer on it. That has rusted through.
Rusted
So
through.
Yeah, and I approached the company to see if I could get a spare. Turns out they don't exist anymore. They've gone into administration.
Oh shit.
COVID.
Wah, wah.
COVID. No one was going out. So yeah, that was disappointing. So you know, it's like and you know, I like another thing is the basket. You got like a hole in the where it mounts with two metal bars that are welded to it, and then that attaches to a bracket on the frame.
Okay.
Unfortunately, that broke as well.
damn.
I obviously stuffed too much in it and broke it off it. I'd got a piece of plastic. It holds it on. It's fine.
Damn.
And it's got some scratches where, you know, it's been knocked. It slid around a rail when it was locked up to
3D
it.
print something to fix that.
And the problem is it's quite brittle, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is?
Also,
3D
sorry,
Oh,
this is
zero.
for Ray's about
Oh,
unblocking
depends what plastic.
Yeah, I
you
got that. I can do some ABS.
Oh yeah, we're going to Comic Con tomorrow. What time? 10 o'clock.
If you use
Sorry.
TPG, PTG, that would be quite sturdy for that. ABS would work.
Yeah.
I don't have a printer that can print ABS, however.
Yeah.
Can you get resin ABS?
I've got an ABS-like resin, which is better. It has a bit more flexibility in it. But the problem is I'm jamming a bag in the basket, and you know I was being a bit.
Well,
to be honest.
you design it in a way that it handles stresses in different ways. So
Yeah.
Also, I'm just throwing
anyway,
in, that's for Ray's. Unblocking people. Apparently, click on your profile pic, go to settings. It says block contacts.
So I just want to finish the last. Just want to finish.
I don't think we'll be there that long, right? I think about 6 o'clock is when we'll be probably be heading home.
Laura's gonna, if Laura doesn't finish what she's gonna say, she will actually explode.
Explode. Yeah, keep going.
Yeah.
Keep going.
So I decided I'm going to buy a new bike. You know, I'm going to fix this one up, the one I already own, but I'm going to buy a new one. So the other day I went and bought a new one. Its screen share is on at the eBay auction, and so I bought a really nice new bike.
Nice. Is it pink as well?
Ride a bicycle.
Hang on, come on, Angry.
What?
Share
Sorry.
it. I'm screen sharing it. Sorry, I thought you heard what I was saying.
Sorry, screen sharing.
I thought you were looking. So I bought a new one. It's exactly the same one.
Oh,
No, it is exactly, yeah. Oh, it's got white walls.
Yeah.
Like I was saying, the white walls look quite good. Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, it's like, okay, the bike I've got now is a bit rough in places, got some rusty bits and things like that, and so on bumped in the back of it. So it's got a mudguard that's all bent. And I've gone and replaced it with exactly the same bike.
Noise.
So,
Sorry.
You're
Should
not
say
on the
first,
autistic
Mike-
spectrum, are you?
Mike-
Because that
Micro
sounds
has
like
a
something
lazy
I would
question.
do.
yeah. Didn't you
Race
replace
apparently has managed to unblock you, Micro. So there we go.
Abigail? Didn't you replace your X52 with another X52 joystick?
That sounds
No,
like
I've
sex
only-
talk.
I've got bicycle race stuck in my head now, Doc.
I've only bought one X52.
Oh right.
No, I did have two of the first joystick I ever bought broke. I fixed it. It broke again because it was a piece of shit.
Whose cat's that?
And mine. And then I bought the exact same joystick, and it again, piece of shit. It lasted the exact same amount of short time, and then I upgraded to the X52.
Yeah. So
And the
I've
X52,
always
is this
thought
Logitech?
it sounded like a dildo.
It is now. Used to be the Cytec.
I got the next version up. I bought the 56. Was it?
Oh, fancy! Oh,
A friend of mine lent me their X56 whatever. I didn't like it for Elite Dangerous. Just couldn't. 'Cause
my
I
joystick's
was
bigger
going
than
to buy
yours.
that. No, I was going to buy that one. Didn't like it for that.
I
game.
remember being at your
And
place
so
and
I-
you showed me Elite Dangerous as well. Yeah.
Oh, you should have. Did I show you it in VR?
No, we never did VR. You were just like showing
Okay.
me all the.
I showed a friend of mine Elite Dangerous in VR, and she got motion sickness. She doesn't get motion sickness usually. It was great. Oh, Bella.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's a weird combination hearing the cat and knives at the same time.
Yeah.
Oh, I had a funny sort of thing that I came up with the other day, also a couple of weeks ago on coming. So there's a guy at the War Games Club, and he sort of does a lot of time sitting about. He doesn't play, he doesn't play games very often.
Yeah.
And it's like, come and join this game. It's really easy. The rules are really simple. It's just a, easy one to play. It's called Space Hulk. There's a computer game with it as well, but I've been painting the figures for it.
Oh, neat.
And
I've got Space Hulk on the Sega Saturn.
yeah, right. It's an old game. It's like Windows 3 or something like that era.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like
There was a really good Hulk game on the Xbox, the original Xbox. You remember that? The one with the first one that came out, the black one with the X on top of it and stuff?
Are we talking about Space Hulk?
No, just Hulk. Sorry, because we're talking about. You said Space Hulk, and that reminded me of the picture in the background of the what do they call those thumbnail pictures about Hulk?
Incredible
And
Hulk.
yeah, that's
So
my
what
favorite.
happened was-
That's my favorite Hulk game. You could throw people through like all the way across town and stuff like that. It was great.
So Luke is a great guy. He's like 17 now, I think he is. But he is bizarre in the fact that he's never really watched any movies. You ask him, have you seen that? No. Has he seen Ghostbusters? Has he seen Back to the Future? Has he seen any?
Oh,
Forrest-
even the basics. Oh wow.
Hasn't
No,
seen-
I know someone.
I have that with
I know
Mrs.
someone
Angry.
like that.
She's like no affinity with pop culture.
I know someone who doesn't watch movies simply because she has really bad ADHD and literally cannot sit through a movie.
That's
Yeah,
completely
Sophie would prefer to play a video game than watch a movie.
Well,
Any day. Any day.
she just can't hold her attention for that long.
I'm loving all the classics, like season 1 South Park references. That's my chicken pot pie, kitty. The bad
Kitty's
kitty.
being a dildo. Well, I know a certain kitty that's sleeping with mummy tonight.
Yeah, season 1 South Park from 20 years ago. Very messed up. Oh dear.
So Luke, I said, look, when do you come play Space Hulk? all right, I'll do it. Like 2 weeks from now. How about we play Space Hulk? He agrees, and he said, if I don't, you can beat me with the cat of 9 tails. I said, well, I haven't got a cat of 9 tails, but I have got 9 cats. So I can beat you with 9 cats.
Beat you with 9 cats.
Good lord.
With 9 lives each, yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I might have to use that. But yeah, so
someone should do a sci-fi movie with humans as space orcs. That's like the old Tumblr theme of what if all the weird things about like humans surviving with injuries and stuff. What if all alien species, like, if they lost an arm or something, they were fucked, and they were just talking about, no, the humans they'll keep coming at you when they lose a limb. And also like the Star Trek thing where the humans would do insane shit that more rational species would go, no, I'm not going to do that because that might blow up the warp drive. But the humans are going, but it might not. All the rational species are going, I'm not going to do that because it might blow up my starship. But the humans are like, but what if it didn't? What if it didn't blow up your starship?
I've seen that meme. It's great.
And there's people on Tumblr and other social media things have done just really elaborate ongoing stories about humans are space orcs. Every other alien species is terrified of humans. And that would make such a good movie or streaming series or whatever. Humans are space orcs.
You do realize that space orcs is a thing, right?
Yeah, no, I know, but that's why they did it.
Here's the space.
It makes me think of
And you were saying about the arm.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry, Laura.
So here's the picture of the model that I was just holding up.
Where is it? Here we go. Yeah, that's a space
Yeah,
orc.
Flash Gordon. Reminds me of Flash Gordon.
So he's got a power claw.
But that was a whole thing that, like, yeah, because like Warhammer 40,000 had space orcs, but some people on social media just went, I think humans are the space orcs. If every other alien species was kind of rational, and humans are just like, woo, hold my beer, It's just,
Yeah. It started with like a hypothetical conversation between Klingons and Vulcans.
about
the
how
Klingon-
fucking weird humans were. Yeah.
Well, the Klingon asking, why do you let the humans like boss you around and stuff? And the Vulcans like, look, we know we're smarter than them, but look at all the shit they get done.
Yeah.
And in this short amount of time, like
Yeah.
our scientists would never think of that because humans just think so far outside the box. We
Yeah.
gave them a warp drive, they blew it up, so we gave them another one, and they asked for a third one, and they linked the two together so that they could go extra fast. And like,
Yeah.
who thinks of this shit?
Humans.
They got stuck in this anomaly, but,
Yeah.
and so they blew up their warp drive.
Yeah.
Like, they're
Yeah,
space
it's like-
orcs.
Rational species would not do the things humans do because humans go, yeah, but what if? And rational species
Yeah.
go, shut the fuck up. Why would you do that? And
I
humans
think
go,
I have
why not?
I almost certainly have this meme somewhere. Like I think it's from an old Tumblr thread.
It is. I think the space orc stuff is from Tumblr. Yeah.
Yeah,
There is.
I'm gonna go find it.
There's a game, or there used to be a game. No one really plays it much anymore. But it was called Gorka Morka. So what it is, you've got a bunch of space orcs in a ship, has a guidance problem, smacks into a planet. The orcs that aren't dead dust themselves off and start rebuilding the ship so they can get back on the Waha, which is like drunken mob equivalent. They like fighting, Orcs do fighting in the same way as, MAGA people overthrow a capital, but do it.
Yeah.
It's more successful with orcs. Anyway, so they're building this ship, and one day one of them says, "Do you know what? We should name the ship after the orc god Mork." And another one said, "No, we should name it after the orc god Gork." And no Gork, no Mork, no Gork, no Mork, and they end up having a fight over it. And that's basically the premise of the game, which is buggies and bikes and jumping off off vehicles and beating each other up. So it's basically Mad Max with orcs.
And again, Mad Max virtually has orcs in it anyway, so
Yeah.
it's not a huge leap. Oh, and that's the thing. 2 weeks from tomorrow, Mrs. Angry and I are going to watch the Furiosa movie in
Oh,
Gold
cool.
Class. So, it's very weird because, and I've said this heaps of times on the stream, with Fury Road, I did not have high hopes for it because I was like, this is George Miller has had this Mad Max sequel in development hell for 20 years. How the fuck is it going to be any good? And I will die on the hill that Fury Road is the best film of the 21st century, basically. It's just
Unless
incredible.
Furiosa's better.
But yeah, everyone's saying Furiosa is actually really good. And because like when I saw the trailers for Furiosa, I was just like, I'm scared because this looks good. And so am I going to go into it with high hopes and be disappointed? But the early reviews are, no, he actually pulled it off. He did this really extravagant thing like, okay, I did this insane shit with Fury Road and you all liked it. Why don't I do a prequel with young Furiosa where Max is not even in the movie? And okay, George, that sounds like a bad, terrible, risky idea, but go for it, man. What the hell? I also love George Miller did Mad Max and Babe, Pig in the City. What more do you need
Happy Feet
for a man's mind that he does those two movies? But he's a
Have
guy.
you seen 3,000 Years of Longing?
Yes, I really liked that movie actually.
Yeah, that was George Miller as well.
Yeah, it's trippy as if fuck. And I'm not looking at anyone in particular, but I would love to drop some shrooms and rewatch 3,000 Years of Longing.
Dr. Abigail.
This woman is what? I'm not talking about any scientist in particular, Strictly Sega. Sorry,
scientists in particular.
Police? I don't know what he's talking about. Don't worry about us. Go investigate Pat. He's killed 6 Underworld figures since he left the live stream. But yeah, no. That 3,000 Years of Longing. It also okay. Anything with Idris Elba, I'm going to watch. Okay.
Yeah, she's great.
Idris Elba may or may not be on the list. Is all I'm saying. But 3,000 Years of Longing, he plays a genie where a woman who is kind of unhappy with her life, and she's an Egyptologist, and she ends up with this genie, and they're trying to find a way to live their lives together. It's really good. It's on, I think it's just popped up on Netflix for the first time this week. So if you've never watched 3,000 Years of Longing and you've got some streaming services, check it out because it's a quite interesting movie. And yeah, George Miller is an odd and talented filmmaker because he has absolutely made weirdly unconnected films over his 50-year career. And you should watch them. Oh, goodness me. Oh, God, I think I've got the hiccups now. God damn. So, Micro, did we know the scene infuriated where the rig flicks over the real? Oh, yeah. No. There was a lot of it was physical effects. And my favorite bit, because Mrs. Angry got me the box set, the high octane Blu-ray box set,
It's all the Mad Max movies, a bunch of making of, and the black and chrome version of Fury Road, which is a high contrast black and white version of Fury Road. And when you watch Fury Road, the color is a big part of it. So you would be excused for thinking, how would a black and white version of it work? But the high contrast black and chrome version of Fury Road is fucking incredible. But also, we've got all these making ofs. The characters in the thing, the pole cats, the guys who were on the flexing poles on the cars, they were some fucking French circus performers. And when George Miller and everyone was just trying to think of visuals for the things, someone said, I've seen these circus guys who do a thing. And so they brought them in, and they were doing a test shoot one day, and they attached the big waving arms to the thing. And George just said to the circus performers, we're going to do some test shoots. Show us what you can do. And these guys were off their fucking trolley, because they would run these things to where they were only a couple of inches off the ground and go up. And as soon as George Miller saw them, he's just like, oh yeah, you're in the movie. You're definitely in the movie with these weird fucking swinging arms that you're on. There was no script for Mad Max. It was all storyboards. It was all about the visuals, and it worked just incredibly. It's an amazing bit of filmmaking, which is why I stick to my guns. One of the most significant films of the 21st century.
It's interesting you said about the color thing. I remember back in the about 1990, something like that. When I was at school, so no one was older than 16.
Yeah,
and they allowed us to watch Predator.
Number one.
The first Predator film.
Yes, the original.
Because number two came out in 1990, so it would have been number one. Yeah.
Yeah, it was number one. But the problem is, the tally that we had broke, and the color went off. And watching Predator in black and white is
brilliant. With all the color, because the invisible thing he looks through. Yeah.
It's actually it has a lot more suspense to it.
Yeah.
It's like you're kind of holding on kind of territory.
I've got a Blu-ray of Johnny Mnemonic, the Keanu Reeves movie where he can store information in his brain. Yeah. And there's a re-edited version totally in black and white, and it's stunning. Absolutely stunning.
Because here's the funny thing. Johnny Mnemonic was a William Gibson short story. William Gibson's like the father of cyberpunk. He did Neuromancer and whatnot. And he
did A Scanner Darkly. Was that him too?
No. That's someone else. That's real fucking weird dude who did this.
I'm sorry. Keep going on what you're saying. Sorry, I was throwing your chain of thought.
Johnny Mnemonic was a William Gibson short story. William Gibson at the time was most famous for the Neuromancer trilogy and whatnot. But when because Johnny Mnemonic was only a short story, so it was really fleshed out for the movie. And what was really funny is a lot of people went, oh, the movie betrayed William Gibson's vision. William Gibson wrote the screenplay for the movie. All these people who were saying that thinking they were smart didn't know William Gibson wrote the screenplay for the movie. It's flawed. It's not great. It's not terrible. But I would regard Johnny Mnemonic as a flawed movie.
It was for me. It was okay, but it was just I don't know. I just feel like there was too much going on, and I couldn't quite.
Yeah,
I wasn't really grounded in the story, if that made sense.
I am genuinely tripped out that no one has adapted William Gibson's original trilogy, the Neuromancer trilogy. Prime did season 1 of his most recent books, The Peripheral.
There's a tornado near here.
Who's got a tornado happening?
Us. Tornado near me.
Are you looking up tornadoes near you?
Oh, it's just south. Okay, it's It's like a 3-hour drive south from here, so it's not that
Okay.
close.
I kind of so this is just making me think. Because I'm always watching trailers on YouTube,
In Bunbury.
and I watched the most recent trailer for Twisters, which is
Oh,
kind of
God.
Twister
sequel
Part 2.
to
Yeah.
the 80s 90s movie Twister, and it kind of looks cool. I don't know, because I think it's just a visual extravaganza, but
There was a funny picture I saw, a meme going around with a poster of Twisters and a poster of Beetlejuice. And it's like someone said, it looks like we've just stepped into an alternate reality where we've gone
Yeah.
back in time, but everything's just a little bit different, you know?
yeah, we're doing sequels 30 years later. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just-
Do you know, I play Grand Theft Auto 5 online with my friend, and
Yeah.
every now and again, when he's not really paying enough attention, or he's driving a bit erratically, I'll use a line off of Twister. It's like, can I drive? No. Will you?
Sorry, the one line I remember from the original Twister movie is going, cow. It's,
Yeah, lots of cow. Yeah, yeah. We have
No,
cows.
cow.
Yeah.
No,
I think that's the same one.
cow. But it's kind of like the one that's coming out soon, Twisters. There's two different tornado chases. One is the scientists and the PhDs, and the other one is the good old boy. He's a cowboy, and he's just going out there and doing stuff. And honestly, it looks like it might genuinely be fun. The Twisters movie looks like it might genuinely be fun. Again, if they don't take themselves too seriously, it's just like, woo, look at all the effects we did with Twisters.
Yeah, some good old 90s dumb action adventure kind of stuff, you know?
You just got to switch your brain off and just go like, yeah, look, there's a good old boy cowboy who's probably got a massive dick, and the PhD woman who's super smart and sexy, and yeah, they're literally probably gonna fuck during a Twister. Yeah, that's what we want. That's Hollywood.
And you have top-level shelf actors like Philip Seymour Hoffman saying lines like, the suck zone.
Philip Seymour Hoffman in the original Twister. Yeah, that's
I got something else.
I
I'm
found.
sorry, I'm
I
being way
found-
too dirty for this stream tonight. I'm really sorry.
I
strictly
found
saying
the
no one's
original.
too dirty for this stream.
Okay. Everyone, I
The look I'm
have
getting from
been
Dr.
down-
Abigail right now.
I've been down a rabbit hole looking for this Space Orc thing, and there are so many.
Oh, her camera's
derivatives,
frozen.
and
Yeah, camera's frozen, but we can still hear
That's
you.
what it is. I thought I was in trouble. She's just frozen.
why? I don't know why my camera's frozen because no one else is frozen.
You've got this
and
very
I-
chilled, smug look on your face right now.
I've got it plugged in directly to my computer, so I don't know what's going on.
Oh, it'll probably come back at some point, but you've been looking up the Space Orc stuff.
Hang on, I'm unplugging it and plugging it back in.
Yeah,
See if
no,
that works.
the suck zone was a real thing, and someone who ended up being such a serious actor like Philip Seymour Hoffman is pretty funny.
Mhm.
How's that?
Abigail's cut out.
Oh,
And
no.
Ray's
Oh,
actually-
It's, your
I'm in-
sound is working only. It just said on the StreamYard thing, Dr. Abigail is
how's
audio only.
Oh, okay, that's super weird because it's still the same.
It's the exact same picture.
No.
Still,
Oh, for
still doing
fuck's
that.
It's probably going to be on the Discord.
Oh
Dr.
my
Abigail's on
God.
the stream with audio only. Okay.
Okay, so there are a bunch of people have taken the whole Space Orc thing and just run with it, and there is
Yeah.
a massive rabbit hole of awesome content out there. But
Oh,
I
yeah.
found the original, and it is long.
Yes, it
but
is.
I
Yeah.
will copy it and I'll put it on the Discord,
Put it on the Discord.
and
Yeah.
I'll put it in the meme channel, and
Because it's funny as fuck, honestly.
oh, it's great.
It's so
but it's
good.
also like you have to embiggen your screen to watch it, or have
Yes,
a
because it's a lot of text. Yeah.
a high res screen like I do. Have a 4K monitor,
Yeah.
because then you can just read it.
Holy shit. Sorry, I have to share this because Dr. Abigail, you might not be familiar with this. This is what we all got as a frozen image of you, which honestly fucking rocks.
I can see it.
This is big shit eating grin.
It's literally
Oh my
that's what you were
God.
looking at us at.
Wow.
Oh, that's so good. That's so good.
I have no idea.
Oh, you
you're
fixed
back
it.
now. You're back.
Yay! I have done nothing. I did nothing. I
You're
I
back.
did
You're just
absolutely
back.
nothing. And StreamYard is the only place my webcam does this.
Yeah, no,
I'm
StreamYard
on-
is
'cause-
weird as fuck,
Yeah,
honestly.
I'm always on like Zoom or Discord or Teams or whatever, and my webcam works flawlessly. So it's only StreamYard, and it's only on Angry live
no,
stream.
StreamYard is very weird. StreamYard does
Mm.
weird shit. Although I
So
do like
I will
Micro's
shank you.
summation of that expression. You're about to beat someone
Oh.
at chess.
Oh, you know, it wasn't chess. It wasn't chess, but I was in a game of Magic the
Done it
Gathering.
again.
Have I done it again?
Yeah,
No,
you look
am I
like George from Guess Who.
No, you're fine.
Oh,
You know, with the
okay.
lips.
So I was okay. So I used to go to this group called Planeswalkers for Diversity. It was a Magic the Gathering group,
Mhm.
and there was this douche bro who cheated, and when you cheat at casual kitchen table Magic,
Which is pretty
that's
shit.
just
Yeah.
that's pretty shit. So he got known as a cheater, and of course he played blue because of course he did. Fucking blue players. What?
What
Sorry.
was that?
Anyway, so I play competitive Magic as well, and
Yeah.
at the time I don't.
Sorry, I'm just putting a
understand
twisted
this.
gif up there.
Oh, okay. Yep. Yeah. I joined a draft
Magic.
because there's
Yep.
Friday Night Magic is a thing. It was a thing. I don't know if it's a thing anymore. And it's casual competitive. It's not really that competitive. It's just a big group of people. And he was in it. He was in it. And we got paired up to compete together against each other. And I'm like, I have to win. I have to win against this guy. And that's it. That's all there is to it. And he won the first round, and it's best of 3. And in the last 2 rounds, I kicked his ass. And
Okay.
that was that look that's posted on Discord. That's how I felt after he walked away defeated. It was the best. It was, yeah. To beat a cheater in competitive Magic was just the best. I can see I just put everyone to sleep there.
No.
Tales.
No, I'm
Tales
trying to
from
put
Magic the
alternate
Gathering.
lyrics up on the Discord because Ray started singing "I'm Blue."
I'm blue, baba dee, baba doo.
Which is exactly
But, you know, I'm blue, dabba dee dabba da. You know that song that came out in 1999.
Yeah,
that was the joke I did.
Yeah, but you're tone deaf.
Oh,
And
what?
And then I go,
I-
I'm
it
blue.
didn't
If I was
translate
green, I
through-
would die. You know.
I'm blue. If I were green. Oh God. Ugh.
Oh, I'm in need of a guy.
Oh dear.
Stop! Stop! Please stop! No! You're making me want to not have ears.
Yeah. Oh damn.
Oh, what a terrible day to have ears.
What a day.
Anyway, I
What a lovely day.
posted the Space Orcs thing.
So
think.
you all should check out the history of space because it's such a funny
Oh, and-
concept.
And there's more. There's so much more online. Google
It
Images.
is
just-
incredible.
yeah. It's
Yeah.
it's a
It was
deep
just
dive.
basically someone came up with the idea humans are potentially extremely weird. What if other
Yes.
races didn't exist like humans did and whatnot? And what if we were terrifying to every other race in the galaxy? And it's heaps of fun. Kind of like a more low-key thing. One of the authors I read a lot of growing up was Alan Dean Foster, wrote a bunch of sci-fi. And besides original stuff, he did write a bunch of Star Wars novels as well. And in fact, before they had decided they were going to make a second Star Wars movie, like Star Wars, aka A New Hope, was a standalone movie before The Empire Strikes Back had actually been locked in. They commissioned Alan Dean Foster to write a sequel. It's called Splinter of the Mind's Eye, and it's a non-canon Star Wars novel that doesn't sit in with the movies. But that was also quite a successful book.
Don't dolphins do anal for pleasure?
So did chimpanzees.
That was one of the things that made them do.
Oh yeah, chimpanzees might. Yeah.
Because the book was very successful. So, and I kind of forget why I started telling that story, but that's down to how much alcohol I've drunk tonight.
and
Do chimps
and the segue
do
into
anal
sex.
for pleasure?
Oh my God.
Oh dear. So I don't know. I've completely fucking lost. I was going to say something really meaningful, and then I completely lost track of it. But
Lost it,
not
darling.
everyone knows that there was a novel sequel to Star Wars before there was a movie sequel to Star Wars, and they only made the movie sequel when the novel sequel was so successful, because it was actually quite successful.
They do.
I'd rather talk about Magic the Gathering than
Yeah, which we
obscure
should,
novel.
because my two favorite things. I know nothing about Magic the Gathering, but the abbreviation MTG. People
MTG.
who are-
Oh God.
People who are political tragics today think you're talking about that absolute freak in America, Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Oh right.
Mm.
And
But
she's a weirdo who
be
makes
honest-
Trump look normal.
To be quite honest and frank, I so don't care so much about some obscure novel about Star Wars that I'd rather
No,
hear
nor
Laura talk
should
about
you.
trains.
Yeah.
What?
I love listening to Laura talk about trains. That's one of the highlights on this.
Oh,
Sorry, I just had a dig at both of you then, and it was just
I
It
feel
just-
so
I felt that
abused.
so
I didn't
The
realize.
top row just got so insulted then.
I didn't realize I would be coming online to be insulted by someone on the other side of the fucking planet.
I love you, Laura.
Oh,
You know it.
I've been doing something a bit crazy. I would say crazy. It's not crazy, but I've been really pleased with myself. So in the last 2 days, I painted this guy, a master of executions. The big massive axe with blood all over it.
Nice.
Oh, what's more nerdier than Magic the Gathering? Fucking Warhammer.
Yeah.
I'd say they're on par.
So,
Nah. Warhammer's
last-
way nerdier.
so last week I was really impressed myself because normally it would take me about a week to get 10 models painted. I'm going to share a screen with you. That's what I got painted in 8 days. So, like I say,
Okay, that's pretty full.
Oh, wow.
painted a lot of stuff in a very short amount of time.
Yeah.
So, really pleased with myself for that.
Yeah. That's pretty full on.
Yeah, I've only got 2 models left to make the 1,250 points.
So tomorrow I hope to introduce Sophie into tabletop gaming. Right?
Oh,
What's
that's
your
a big-
favorite one?
What
Who's-
kind of tabletop gaming? Tabletop role playing? Tabletop wargaming?
Oh, look, I'm going to post a picture of all
trading
the
card
selections
game?
of different games, and then you show me which one, okay? Because I've got it's on Comic Con's website. Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, I'm just noticing Micro talking to himself. Hey, Micro, how are you? I'm all right.
Have a nice shark.
And that's good, man. That's
No, they're not sharp.
okay. Could be worse.
They're pretty-
That's so
they're
that's
very not
so
sharp.
on topic for this.
They're very not
they're
sharp.
They're
No,
like,
no,
no,
not only that though. It's,
no, they're not sharp. They're 3D printed.
It's not only
Can
that.
3D printers make sharp things?
Not really, no.
No, I don't think so.
A
But
resin
you could
printer,
sharpen the
maybe?
thing that comes out of a 3D printer.
Yeah, you could do that.
Yeah.
But they would blunt very quickly.
Sorry, Micro's still talking to himself. So I hear you getting
No, hang on. No. Micro is small talking to himself, which is impressive on another level.
Yeah, no, he's still going. Yeah, I'm so excited. Been almost a decade.
How long can one
He
person?
just can't hide it.
Yeah, Rays, we actually
Hello,
had
Mal.
that conversation earlier about 3D printing guns. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have your? There was the next Star Trek Next Generation episode, Starship Mine, I think it was.
Oh, it's not a stream without a kitty.
And towards the start of it, you got Data who's now learning small talk, and ends up talking to the planet, and it's like, and just Riker says to someone else, "It's like how long can 2 people talk about nothing?"
Yeah.
And so, but no, we've got something better. We got Micro USB, who is small talking with himself
About
nothing.
about nothing.
Great. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was let me
He's
just done
still
here.
going.
The bike was about 40 kilometers an hour. What's that in freedom?
Great reference.
That's excellent. That is, oh God. Okay, I'm doing a toilet break and I think I've just had an impulse. I'm going to go and get some eggnog while I'm out.
Well, before you do,
Ooh, see, that's one thing I wish I had. I don't have the eggnog.
No, fucking eggnog's awesome. If you want to experiment with eggnog,
I know, you keep
Let's look
talking
up-
it up.
just look up
I've
Alton
had this
Brown.
eggnog. It's really nice.
Alton Brown's aged eggnog recipe. Use that as a base, but also don't be scared to experiment. But anyway, I'm going to have a pee break.
All right, Doc, there's the picture on Discord.
Check
You know
out the
what,
Board Game
I-
Library and stop for learn some
Well-
TTRPGs and Magic the Gathering at the show. Oz Comic Con. I didn't know they had a tabletop library.
Yeah.
Cool.
See, Comic Con's
Um,
more for nerds, whereas Supernova's for how do
See,
I
I
put
don't
it?
go to-
Tryhards.
I haven't been to. I haven't. haven't been to either in ages. I go to PAX, which is the
Oh yeah,
best.
I would love to go to PAX if we had that over here. I would love a movie one, because that's where my heart
Where are
really is.
you? Where
Perth.
are you?
WA,
Yeah,
mate.
come here. Lots of people from Perth come here for PAX.
See the PAX shirt I'm wearing?
That's 2014. I'm at
That's the
PAX
first
every
one.
year. I'm
Yeah.
at PAX every year, and I work in the tabletop section.
Oh wow.
on the
Okay.
board.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I don't
Why
know
are
what
you
I mean.
wet?
Well,
You
I
talking to
saw you
yourself,
wearing
or-
those.
No, the cat's
I saw
wet.
you wearing
Oh.
those glasses. Tell her I saw her wearing those glasses, and one
Yeah.
thing
No,
led
she
to
can
another.
hear you. She's watching the stream on her computer right now.
Oh, okay. Well,
That's why
yeah.
she's wet. Sophie's giggling away in the background over there while she's rubbing her pussy.
Fair
Mm.
enough.
Anyway,
But yeah, so seriously, what's the board game you recommend out of all those on that pile?
is that it?
No, I
Is
don't
that
know.
the
I
board game
assume.
collection?
Look, they don't. I've never been
No,
there, but
it's gotta be-
we haven't had Comic Con in Perth for 6 years. This is the
There's
first
got
one.
to be
since-
more than that. There's got to be way more than that.
Hang on, let me
Um,
see if there's a tabletop exhibitor, meet and greet, cosplayer spotlight, lip sync, join the crew, championship cosplay, community space, cosplay center and command district, just dance, tattoos, console and PC gaming, tabletop gaming. Okay, I'm going to just drop the link into Discord and you can have a quick squiz on that.
Okay. So if you want to get into role-playing games, then try Pathfinder or D&D.
Something you
If
can put
you
down
like-
at the end of the night, and like she loves Monopoly like crazy.
Monopoly's the worst. Oh god, I hate that game. Play Ticket to Ride.
You can
Okay,
see her
game-
face right now in the lag. She's got the delay between you doing it, and oh
Mhm.
god, it's funny.
So honestly, just from that picture, Ticket to Ride is a great game. Settlers of Catan is fine.
What's this Call of Cthulhu?
Call of Cthulhu.
Cthulhu.
Call of Cthulhu. That's so much
It's a horror
fun.
game.
It's 1920s horror. Although I did play one game that was in space, and it was sci-fi themed, and it was a one-off. Ostensibly, you just go mad, and it's fun while you do it. It's a role-playing game.
My
Oh, it's
personal-
RPG.
Really
okay,
popular in Japan. It's really, really popular in Japan. Like
my
crazy
personal
popular.
favorite version of a Call of Cthulhu game, which was H.P. Lovecraft horror stories, is not just unspeakable horrors come, but they possess humans. And if you took the easy way out and just killed the person who was possessed by the spirit, you would then be left with a dead
Yeah, I'm a bit
human
Tim Smith.
body,
Yeah.
which you would have to explain to the authorities. Like, sure, I fucking stabbed them to death, but trust me, they were possessed by an unspeakable horror from another. So, taking the easy way out of just killing the person who was possessed by the spirit was actually a really bad idea, because then you would be left trying to explain to the authorities why you stabbed someone to death. So I thought that was good. Laura, what's that? Oh, sorry, Laura. Just gotta make the. Oh, there we go.
Oh, you gotta make the boxes.
Yep. Sorry, I've got to change it a little bit. You have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior Cthulhu.
When asked, because Lovecraft was constantly getting letters how people asking how to pronounce Cthulhu,
Yeah.
and every time he got a different someone asking a different pronunciation, he would always answer with yes.
Yeah,
That's how you
because
do
what
it.
he was trying to just make
Yeah.
harsh sounds in the name of these beings was so guttural and awful and terrible that humans couldn't really pronounce it. So whatever you
Yeah.
said was right, basically.
That's why I will never correct someone's pronunciation of Cthulhu.
Yeah.
You know what? Why am I
It's-
thinking of AZ Code Grey and AZ's surname? And the doctor, and never.
Oh
getting
yeah,
it.
the thing where he had doctors mispronouncing his surname all the time, Kalir as Selar and
Kaleri.
yeah, just with, and it was the same thing with the doctors who just didn't care,
Mm.
and that's why he had
So
so
to
many
answer
problems.
to answer your question strictly, Sega, you should, if you wanna get into a really fun hobby that could potentially cost you lots and lots of money, play Magic the Gathering. It's really fun. They call it cardboard crack, and I love it.
I can
And-
also suggest Warhammer stuff. That's plastic crack.
Yes, I saw a video
Yeah.
on YouTube recently
Yeah.
titled "Plastic,
Plastic
Crack,"
Crack.
which was
And if
about-
you
Or
read-
laser discs. That's silicon crap.
yeah,
and if-
yeah, you've already got an addiction, strictly Sega. You don't need another one.
And if,
Yeah,
if you,
no. And booze.
you know,
Yes,
Or-
I've just got alcoholism. It's just
if you wanna pretend that you're in a fantastical, if you want to pretend you're like a Lord of the Rings character or you're fighting dragons, go play D&D. If you just
Yes.
want to play a board game, don't play Monopoly. There are much better games out there now. With
Yeah,
go-
I get
go
really
play-
annoyed when Sophie's like, "Come on, let's play Monopoly. Let's play Monopoly. Let's play
It's
Monopoly."
so
It's so repetitive.
boring. It's
I
just,
actually-
there's
speaking
no
of-
rules to it.
Yeah, we haven't played it in like 5 years.
No, it hasn't been that long.
There are much
Yeah, I
better
know, right?
games.
Listen to her.
There are much better games out there than Monopoly. Much better games.
I got years ago. I got the card game Exploding Kittens from the guy who has the Oatmeal webcomic, which was a huge
Mhm.
success.
I
And ever since
have
then,
a copy of that.
he and his friends have just gone from strength to strength with other games and whatnot. But there's an Exploding Kittens animated series coming out on Netflix this month.
Yes.
And it's just like, this guy's unstoppable. He stayed independent and he and his friends took a huge risk with developing this game, Exploding Kittens, which was a phenomenal, unprecedented Kickstarter success.
At the time, it was the most successful Kickstarter. At the
Like
time,
they literally did this thing because I was in the
What a
original
great
thing.
name, though. Exploding Kittens. I want
They
to play
were
that
so
just from the
floored
name. I have
by-
no idea what that is.
They were so
I
floored
got the
by the level
not
of-
safe for work expansion for it as well.
I've got the not safe for work expansion as well. But they were so floored by the support they got. It did their head in. They spent an additional $1 million on a surprise for everyone who bought the thing. And it was literally the box of the cards. When you opened it, it meowed. It was
Huh.
Mine still meows.
Mine still meows. They spent an additional $1 million they didn't have to spend because they were so floored by the level of support they got. They were just like, we just want to give something back to everyone who supported this. But since then, they've released 6 more games that have all just been phenomenal runaway successes. So that core group of people, they're just like,
Good business plan.
we're like just an unstoppable success. And I feel like they teamed up with the XKCD guy because he had a really good merchandising platform. And
Read what Hannah said. Angry.
Hannah say, you're so smart, you blew out your already damaged knee while touching a rat on the garage stairs. You managed to. It wasn't a rat. It was your own foot. Oh my god, Hannah! Hannah, what are you doing? Hannah, what are you doing? Oh my god!
Wah, wah.
You've Got Crabs is a great game. Okay. All right.
Oh, you know that one I got really bored with really fast was that one with the black and white cards where you put down a question and you got to choose like a really odd
Cards
answer.
Against Humanity.
Oh, Cards Against
Yeah,
Humanity.
Cards Against Humanity. I played that once, and after that, I was like, I'm over that. You know.
Really quickly. Yep.
Yeah, I
Play a
send-
version. I used to play a version of Cards Against Humanity, but we had a custom deck which involved our friends and other people. And so, for example, one of our friends, his username was fraction of a dot, using the Earth from the moon picture, and that got changed to fraction of an adult. So
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Fraction of a dot, fraction adult. Yeah.
of an adult, yeah, fraction of adult.
Okay.
It's entertaining that you can do these things.
Absolutely. I love the confession, Hannah. You never claimed to be graceful or intelligent, but you're good at giving yourself ridiculous injuries.
I don't know if I told you about this one, or maybe I said later or another time, and other people didn't hear it. I injured my foot about a month and a half ago now, when a box fell off the top of my fridge, which is quite high up,
Yes.
and landed on my foot.
Yeah.
And it was like really, green bruise eventually. And what caused it? What fell off the top was my first aid kit,
Oh no!
which is hilarious. The thing that is used to treat injuries caused one.
I was watching Jackass, and I went out to get a drink outside because you got a fridge outside where our cold drinks are. You know, the canned fridge. And on the way back in, I banged my toe on the sliding door rail, and I let out the loudest, And I'm sitting there watching Jackass, and I'm like, they're doing the same thing as me,
Yeah, I always heard it, but there was one episode of The Simpsons where I know Homer hurt himself something, and they have him just going, and then all these birds flying, and then Ned Flanders going, well, "That's the loudest profanity I've ever heard."
Fiddle dee dee.
That's me.
will
That's me
require
when I stub
a
my toe.
tetanus shot.
It's like, yeah. It's just a whole thing. Okay, I have drunk this eggnog way too fast. It's just too yummy.
It's a
And
fun chatty night, you drink faster when you're chatting.
It's fucking. I need to go. I actually need to go out and get another non-alcoholic drink.
I keep looking at the timer in the corner up here, and I'm like, geez, look how quickly the time's gone,
Yeah,
Yeah, that
3
one.
hours. There you go.
3
My
hours and
big ass
18
cat.
minutes,
It goes so much
my
quicker
big
with
ass
the
cat
zipper.
has the zoomies, and he's not a small cat because he's a big ass cat. And when
a
he
fucking
has the
horse.
zoomies, shit gets knocked down.
Yeah,
And
Yeah, get your
I'm
sleeping
like,
equipment, Angry.
yeah. No, well, Mrs. Angry's still up playing and that's funny. Like, she'll often go to bed at 10 o'clock. We're now, what are we? 11:20, and she hasn't gone to bed yet. She's just
And that's the thing, Stoffer. You've been sleeping in the other room lately, haven't you, Angry?
only on Fridays because I don't like to disturb Mrs. Angry if she's gone to the. So it's kind of a rule. Like, I'll sleep either here or in the other spare room, the den room. Okay, look,
Yeah.
I'll just
But that one's covered in guns and
why I'm
furries,
probably going to sleep in the Zen
Yeah.
room. That's the bed.
plushies. Guns and plushies.
I just keep throwing shit on that bed, and it's just like, no.
wow, you're
Where I can
living
just
like
go
a
in- I can just go
like
in the
you're in
next
a
room
frat
and there's
house
a
or
really
something.
nice bed.
Why did you bring those carrot plushies in for? What was the occasion?
It was literally just, I was out there and it was like, look, there's a carrot plushie, and there's a little
And there's a
carrot
baby carrot plushie.
the fuck.
I have no idea where
You just
these
walked
came
in one
from.
time with them, and I was like, what? Why?
I was outside with like, look, there's a big carrot plushie and a little carrot plushie.
Wow.
I have the same
And they're
thing.
very nice to cuddle. They're just great. Yeah.
I have the same thing with George.
They look really soft.
They're
I've got
very
a big
soft.
one.
And lovely.
I've got a big
Oh,
one.
what's his name, Laura?
Carrot plushie.
She's called Georgina.
Georgina. I love it.
Okay, like I'm literally going to throw in. Mrs. Angry has a couple of little, and they're quite little soft toys that were her son's when he was little, and like she sleeps with them. But when we sleep, if I don't have my headgear on, here's how we normally sleep. So I have my headgear on, so I have to like sleep on my back and whatnot. But I might wake up. If I wake up and it's like after 4 a.m., it's like I'm not going to go back to sleep with the headgear on. So
Yeah.
I'll take it off. And I'll do snuggles with Mrs. Angry. But if I wrap my arm around her, I have this weird thing, like when I'm dreaming, for some reason, my fingers will start doing this. And so I'm like poking her, and she's like slapping me, like, don't do that. So if I go to cuddle her, I have to hold, like it's a little plushie like this size. It's a giraffe. And I have to hold it. So if my
Hold
fingers
the giraffe.
if my fingers do that, I'm actually only poking the giraffe. I'm not poking, so it doesn't bother her. But I would literally at some point I'd realize like I'm sleeping and going, oh no, I've been dreaming, and I was like pushing a button on something, and so I'm like really poking. And sometimes I wake her up when I do the poking, which is completely rational. But other times it was like I realized my fingers are really pushing in, and she hasn't woken up. And it's like, can I slowly release my fingers without waking her up? And it's like, no, and my hand gets pushed away. So we literally worked away. When we're doing the cuddles, I have to hold the giraffe plushie in my hand. So it's
You
just
must hold the giraffe
gets
of
squeezed
shame.
or pokes. It's absolutely. Also, the secondary thing I worked out, our cat Shadow regularly sleeps on the end of the bed, and she can be annoying and meow loudly and demand to be pat. But if I get the giraffe plushie and sit it up and go, hello, Shadow, what do you? Shadow freaks out. Goes, what the fuck?
Yeah.
is
Doesn't go
that?"
anywhere near.
And runs away. So it's how I make Shadow fuck off and stop bothering us. I get the giraffe plushie and go, hello, Shadow, what do you? And you literally see like the cat's eyes go wide and like, what the fuck is that?
Why is it talking?
Runs away.
I wish my cats responded that way to the plush ducks I've got.
I don't know.
'Cause I have
Also,
plush
it maybe is because the giraffe has got these like yellow and orange colors, which was Mimsy's coloring. And the weird thing is, like, when we, sent Mimsy off on the Rainbow Road at the vet, because she was just very sick and very unwell.
You murdered her.
We murdered Mimsy, basically.
Hannah, you're making me laugh while bloody he's telling me a sad story.
But Shadow's personality changed completely when Mimsy wasn't there. And like when Mimsy was around, like when we put food out, Shadow seemed to push Mimsy out. Shadow seemed to be the dominant one. But when Mimsy was gone, Shadow's personality changed completely, and she spent much more time with us. And we were going, okay, there was some weird thing where Shadow felt pushed out by Mimsy, because Mimsy would come and sit on our lap and whatnot, and Shadow wouldn't.
So you thought one was the sub and one was the dom, but
it was the opposite way around, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It was a sub-dom switcheroo.
They were switches.
I'm sorry, there's a cartoon in that, Dom Cat. Da, da, da.
Yeah, no, Shadow's more of a switch, as it turns out. But her personality changed completely, which really confused us. Because she seemed to push Mimsy around, but without Mimsy around, she got much more confident, and it's very weird. But anyway, I can keep her in line with little giraffe plushie, because she is, for some reason, terrified the giraffe plushie has the same coloring as Mimsy. That might be it. I don't know. But she's terrified of the giraffe plushie. So
So I got these, got like big one, middle one, little one. And you know, it's Big Eye Bigfoot Jungle, they're called at the range. But what's kind of cool about them is, you know, you sort of like look that way and it's like excited and happy and all that kind of stuff. And then all you do is you just go,
yeah.
oh my gosh.
I think I missed some stuff
I
from
feel,
Hannah.
I feel so sad.
I know. That's what I mean. You know, it's like, you know, and you can. Oh my god, I have used Lenny to manipulate people. It's like, you know, what? And you just sort of put the head down and turns away. And say, look what you've done,
Monster.
you're awful.
Sorry.
Kind of thing. No,
I just wanted these stories from Hannah. She had an ex who thought he was under attack if he got woken, which is how she discovered she had full body twitches. Woke him up with a full body twitch. He jumped straight out of bed, ready to fight. Hannah woke up confused. Oh yes. Oh shit. Strictly saying Hannah's story about fucking up a regional manager, which she told at the start of the stream, was hilarious. It was so good. It's such a good story. Micro, are you having a crisis if you exist or not? That's kind of all of us. Oh yeah, do you do LARP on Friday night, Musical Aviator? Yeah, we're just hanging around. It's not even midnight yet. And we're all doing the do. I haven't even done the vinyl. I went out and got a box of vinyl. If everyone, you know, we could do a trip through the 80s with this.
Back in 5 minutes.
5 minutes, yeah. Because Strictly
timing
Sega
you.
likes to take notes and do a thing on it. So I won't do anything
so
now.
micro USB is basically, you know, the idea of
We've been chatting too much tonight. Everyone's in a chatty mood. Let's do it on a quiet night when there's not so busy, you know?
Yeah, no, I'll just keep. I'll keep the box here. We'll do it.
Just don't trip over them.
I was just saying that micro USB kind of reminds me of there's the I think therefore I am, but in Micro's case it's I doubt therefore I might be.
Yeah, that's Micro. He's saying is there existential crisis. He's not absolutely sure. Yeah, Hannah's doing a recap. Regional manager visited, asked why you're only 80%, point out you work 2 jobs. It was just a really good story. Some dickhole regional manager said, I'm not sure you do anything. And Hannah just went, motherfucker, this is how much work I do. And she scared him and he ran away. And her manager was like, lol, that was funny. Yeah, he got embarrassed. If you hit 80% of your target in 40% of your time, means you're working at 200% capacity.
Yeah.
And so Hannah just scared the fuck out of a regional manager with facts and he ran away. So Hannah's direct boss is just laughing, just going, that's the funniest thing I've ever seen, the way you scared him and made him run away.
Nice.
And Razor saying, we're all in the same
General
Yeah,
runaway.
look, legit, we might not really be doing an online chat. We may all just be in adjacent padded cells somewhere. It's
or in tanks on the same shelf.
Yeah. Oh, brains in a jar. Yeah.
Yeah.
I also love that Hannah made him leave in 10 minutes when he normally hangs around for 4 hours. Her actual boss was peeing his pants with laughter. It was such a good story. Right. It was such a good kickoff to the stream to get this really amazing story really early on. Very funny.
Got a joke for you.
Yeah.
What happens when you play country and western music backwards?
What happens?
You get your wife back or husband back, you get your kids back, you get your house back, and you get your dog back.
I saw a joke about with the rise of self-driving vehicles. It's only a matter of time till we get a country and western song of a farmer lamenting about how his tractor left him. Oh, wow, there's a new face there. Thomas. Watching me for a decade. Oh, totally fucked up Fridays. That is slightly old school. Yes.
That's fair. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a few
These
years
days,
now.
and honestly, just COVID did this where I just thought COVID had fucked up the world so much. We just needed calm, relaxed hangs. And that's kind of all I do now. Live streams where we just do relaxed hangs. Anyone who wants to just has some chill out time and whatnot. It's really funny, as you point out, you watch for more than a decade. The YouTube channel's been there for like 18 years, which is a stupid long amount of time. So
That
I
means
literally
the
have
YouTube
people,
channel. The YouTube channel is old enough to drink.
I literally have people who started watching me in high school who are in their 30s now. And that's just
That's so
fucking
real.
weird. I get those comments occasionally. Someone will comment, "Oh, I watched you forever. I used to watch you when I was in high school. I'm 32 now." It's like, oh my fucking God.
I gotta say,
Yeah.
Abigail, I don't think you're quite correct, because isn't YouTube an American company? Therefore, it's got another 3 years before it's allowed to
Yeah.
drink.
That's the American
Because
thing.
Well,
Americans.
that's
Australia-
well, we're Australian, and we love
Yeah.
our booze, and
Yes.
this is
And
an Australian channel.
we didn't think it
and
was fair
it's
to
old
make
enough
them
to
wait.
drink.
There you go. Hannah's literally thrown out. She was in year 12 and she's
Oh,
about to turn 33. I get
Damn.
comments like that semi-regularly. Someone went,
Uh,
"Oh yeah, I was watching you
so
when I was
old.
in high school. I'm in my 30s now." It's like, and
Oh,
that makes me feel older than I am. It's
I
like-
must
Okay,
admit,
so
I must have been
when-
about 35.
when I was senior programmer for I was a senior programmer. I've told this story many times. I had
Yep.
a work experience kid come in, and he became an intern, and he was really good. He knew his stuff, but he had a long way to go. And a couple of years ago, he reached out and said hello, and on Facebook, and I was like, "Oh, hey, how you doing?" And he's like, "Yeah, good. I got married and I've got kids now." And I'm like, suddenly, like, picture the guy from Raiders of the Lost Ark. Oh, sorry,
Yeah,
the
there's an
guy who
aging-
drinks from the Holy Grail just
Yeah.
dies like of old age in 3 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, yike. Because he was like
Yeah.
a teenager or something
Yeah.
when he came to work for like when I was there. I was
Yeah.
manager, and
I'm
now he's got.
I'm
What?
guessing I was probably in my mid-30s. I'm 50 now. When I
Yeah.
started watching your channel, because you were still wearing the mask. It was just before
Yeah.
you gave it up.
Well, that was the first 18 months. Yeah.
Oh, right. Wow. Crikey.
So, like, yeah, Micro's saying 14 to 15. Hannah's saying 17, 16.
Crikey.
Hannah had a young kid at work ask if you've heard of the Wiggles because they weren't sure around when I was a kid. I mean, I've seen various things about like young people just essentially slamming millennials into the wall by going, "Oh, that's right, you were born in the 1900s," and millennials going, "Ah."
Yeah.
But I actually saw I was tempted. I don't do the slogan T-shirts anymore, but I did see one recently that said, "Speak slowly. I'm from the 1900s." And it was,
You know,
Yeah.
it's actually quite
Yeah.
funny. That's one of the things that is different. from when you were doing like Wang Effect Wednesday and TFU Friday, that you talked so much quicker that now it's almost like you're in slow motion.
Oh yeah. Oh god. And I'm super conscious of that. Like I feel like on the Cocktail channel, I talk slower than I did on the Angry Aussie channel because it was the whole thing about particularly North Americans thinking Australians talk quite fast. So on the Cocktail channel, I'm quite conscious of that. So the way I talk on that is quite constrained and the tempo's a bit slower. So
Well, not only
Hannah,
that,
had
So you
someone
just-
tell you,
so
You
Oh,
just
it's
have to talk
friends.
slower with Americans anyway. It's just
yeah.
that
No,
otherwise they don't
it
understand.
is kind of funny with all the streaming and whatnot when someone young discovers an old show and they're like, "Oh, do you know this show? It's awesome!" And you're just going like, "Yeah, no, I watched that 20 years ago when it was on broadcast TV." Like fucking hell. So, Marco, you don't think we talk fast? It varies, I think, depending what part of the US.
Yeah,
someone
it's
is
an
from.
accent thing. It's an accent thing. So
Yeah.
depending on which part of the US they're from and yeah, basically what they're used to. And which part of Australia that
Yes. Oh my
the
god.
accent's from.
Yeah. Because
If my brother came onto this stream, I don't think I can understand my brother sometimes. And we grew up together.
you know, it,
no word
it's-
of a lie. People from the Northern Territory talk like this. So we've got some tropical cyclones coming up soon. Like whenever I see someone like a Northern Territory politician being interviewed on the ABC or something, I'm like, is this a comedian taking the piss? Because what the fuck? It's just weird. Yeah. See, Ray's has it. He's had to slow down for his American fiance's family. It is in extremely broad brushstrokes. The majority of the Australian population speaks in a way that a significant chunk of the US population thinks is quite fast. It's not universal. It's not all Australians. It's not all Americans. But there's a big chunk of the US population that thinks a big chunk of the Australian population talks really fast.
you know, one of the interesting things about military life is that you meet people from different places. So, you know, I don't know whether it's a similar thing for you, but I've seen Americans sort of like, they don't get Scottish as an accent. It's like, you know, they only pick up every third word or
That's a
something.
harsh accent. Yeah.
Scottish
Well, they have
is
different
tough.
words
Yeah.
as well.
And but that's the thing for me. I grew up being, you know, the Scottish people were, you know, quite frequent in the military. So
Yeah.
I never really had a problem understanding Scottish people. In fact, I think you know, generally it means that I've got a good ear for, you know, picking up accents and picking up what people are saying. The only person I have struggled with is Pat, as in Murderous Pat. You know,
Yeah.
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 But he's got his own way. Yeah. But also, I love like Scottish Twitter.
This is the reason why every time he gets questions, like no idea. And if you know,
Scottish Twitter.
did you ever see Dustin Hoffman in the Dick Tracy movie?
as Mushmouth or
Mumbles.
whatever.
Mumbles.
Mumbles. That's right. Yeah.
And like the stenographer is trying to take it, and she's like, and she just can't get the word. You know, she's like, I have no idea what he's saying.
Yeah. That's his own thing. Yeah. Were you saying about the Scottish accent? I love when you do an online search for Scottish Twitter. It's not universal, but there's an enormous number of Scottish people who on social media type stuff out phonetically. Like they type it how they pronounce it. And it's absolutely
It's so
fucking
funny.
hilarious. It is so good because you look at it and go, oh my god, they are typing this phonetically. And so sometimes what they type out is as unintelligible as a really broad Scottish accent, and it is it's a solid laugh. It's very good.
It's hilarious.
And
Genuinely.
they know what they're doing as well. The Scottish people who use social media like that, they are doing it deliberately to be quite opaque, which I love. It's absolutely an amazing thing. Saying like
It's like Aussies will get into a Reddit chat and start using "g'day" and stuff like that all the time.
Oh god, I've got kind of obsessed, and I've mentioned this on the streams for a while. I've got kind of obsessed with watching people doing Red Dead Redemption role play. There's a couple of servers.
Oh yeah.
Servers you can do Red Dead role play on, and one of the ones I love is a guy who was the lead in the comedy series Silicon Valley. His name's Middleditch or something, and he has this character on a hardcore role-playing server for Red Dead Redemption that he calls Dr. Kroom, and he's playing this 62-year-old, somewhat addled doctor at 1903, and of course, because people from all around the world are on these servers, and people are playing various accents. But some you get some Australians who just go, "Yep, I'm an Australian. I've got on a boat and gone to the American West in 1900." And there was a really funny one with this Dr. Kroom where there was an Australian deputy going, "G'day, mate, how are you?" And Dr. Kroom's going, "Yeah, I'm sorry, what was that?" And the Australian's talking in a really broad Australian accent, like, "How you doing?" And he's going, "I'm doing fine." And it was a really fun interaction where he's trying to humor the person, and this slightly senile old character is trying to humor someone who he thinks can't speak basic English. It's just because of the accent. It was very entertaining. And,
Here's a Scottish joke for you.
It's like they're a weird mob book.
What's the difference between a Scotsman and Walt Disney?
what's the difference?
A Scotsman wears a kilt and Walt Disney.
Sorry, I think I'm the only one who got that.
Yeah, that went right over my head.
Walt Disney. Walt doesn't.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Scottish accent Disney does not. So a Scotsman wears a Scotsman wears a kilt and Walt Disney.
Walt doesn't. Yeah.
That all right. Now I'm okay. I could probably.
I am terribly sorry, but my sleeping pattern seems to be very similar to yours because right now I'm falling asleep now. Probably for the last hour, my eyes have been feeling a bit heavier and heavier, and I've done a couple of micro sleeps. So I'm going to get going.
That's fair. All right, now I'm looking up Scottish Twitter just because I think it's funny.
Good night. Sorry, I'm falling
Laura.
asleep too, and I just zoned out.
Yeah, I say good night.
Yeah.
It's 2:45 in the afternoon, but I've been up since 5. So, and I think I only had
Time
2.
for a nap.
Yeah. Anyway, I will catch you later. Take care. Have a nice
Good
weekend.
night.
Yeah, Laura.
Bye.
All right.
Bye.
Before I pass out, I feel now I've looked up Scottish Twitter stuff. Oh my god, no! What am I doing? Fuck
God
off!
only knows.
Fuck off!
3:30 in the morning. Jeez.
There you go. It's working. Okay. Scottish Twitter. Just spotted a cat on someone's porch meowing to be let in. Without thinking, I walked up to the door, rang the bell, nodded to the cat, and left. As soon as I rounded the corner, I realized what I'd done. I heard the other guy shout, "Fuck me, Sarah! The cat just rang the doorbell." That's good. There's a softweed cactus in my hole. Whenever I touch it, I'm passing. I say "ooch" and pretend it hurt to encourage its confidence. That's good. I was in the queue for Tesco. Gammon at the front was kicking up a fuss because he wasn't allowed as he wasn't wearing a mask. Guy 2 places in front of me shouting, "Get a fucking mask or fuck off, you cunt." Everyone in the queue nodded. God, I love Scotland. So for those who don't know, gammon is an English person. A gammon is ham. So there's a thing of particularly conservative Brits going really pink in the face when they were upset about something. So they look like a ham. Fuck whatever shite currency you've got. Scottish notes have otters on them. And that is pretty cool, having an otter on your currency. Argue with Carly over how to cook steaks and say, I've watched plenty of videos on YouTube. How to play, you've watched hundreds of porns, and you can't do that right either. Ooh, that's fucking harsh.
Harsh.
Heavy weird that a lot of Americans love screaming about how aborting an unborn fetus is murder at the highest degree, but as soon as fresh out the womb, fair game for getting its wee skull blasted to bits with an AR-15. $3 boot. Yeehaw! When you push a pull door and the person behind says you need to pull, cheers, lad. Sure, I was planning to start lifting from the bottom. One of the best nicknames I've ever heard is a guy in my work called Wayne Bruce. He gets called Man Bat. I wish I worked with a Wayne Bruce. Okay. We're not going to survive coronavirus and die overdoing the celebrations once it's over. It's the Scottish way. 7 years I've lived in this house. I'm still trying to figure out why we've got a peephole. Oh dear. A year ago, my girlfriend lost a favorite necklace. She's running through the taxi and it snapped and went down the drain. Little did she know, I contacted the council, asked them to search the drain. So this Christmas, I presented to her a Topshop voucher because the council told me to fuck off. Told my dad I had a missus yesterday. Went, Dad, I'm with something. Doc, is he local? Me, I'm with a girl. Sound, is she local? So Dad doesn't care if his daughter's gay. He just wants it to be with someone local. Scottish clothes shop. I like Scottish clothes shops. They let you see how good you'd look crawling on pissed.
Good night, guys.
You off to bed?
It's all right. You can do your reading.
Okay.
Good
What people think
night.
it looks like versus what it's actually
Dr. Abigail's waving good night to you.
Night, guys.
Who's waving good night? Soph?
Soph's off to bed, yeah.
No.
We got Comic Con tomorrow. We're all excited.
Oh, what have I done?
And then next weekend, we're going to an 80s music show. It's all 80s music from movies. Should be cool.
That sounds
Cool.
good.
Hmm.
Quick take on the Scottish play. Co-worker's 9-year-old son asked Diary of Macbeth. He chose the king. Day 1. Excited about visiting my wee friend Macbeth. Hoping he didn't kill me in my sleep. Day 2. Ghost King. I cannot believe he killed me. Good luck at school today. COVID trained for kills and Glenroths. When they go back to school, poor fuckers will think they're visiting. Oh, that's fucking That's so fucking harsh. Oh, that is fucking harsh. That's fucked.
Yike.
That's so fucked. Oh, can't be the publisher. My son's terrified of the Loch Ness Monster. Absolutely terrified. Keeps asking me questions about, can I get out of the loch? It's locked far away. No idea where he even heard about it. I told him he could drive. He'd be down in 20 minutes. It's wee boys. It is a really bored Scottish dad doing that. Wait,
Oh.
my hamster has to lose its eye, and John sent me this. His eye's fully shut now. I think she won't be able to use that eye again.
Ah.
Oh dear, that's bad. Okay, well that's just good. Population of Scotland's around 5.25 million. There are around 600 million cats in the world. So if every cat decided to invade Scotland, each Scot would have to fight around 114 cats. I really don't think we could pull it off. Fear all the cats invading Scotland. Scientists cradle Scotch eggs in hands. A tiny fist breaks through the crumbs. A Scotsman hatches. Jurassic theme park. You have to know what a Scotch egg is for that. Oh dear. That's right. Light and Lizzie. Still cannot believe the Queen won that marathon. We Lightning McQueen. That straight up looks like the Queen coming through a marathon thing. Oh dear. Oh dear. Americans, imagine that you're a frat boy. You see your friends in on the other end of the street. So you shout over to him, in, bruh, in, bruh. You cannot pronounce in, bruh correctly. Edinburgh. In Trinidad and Tobago, it costs you £250 for a steak pie. In Jamaica, it'll cost you £3. These are the pie rates of the Caribbean. Oh my god.
Yarr.
Get out.
Get out. Last year versus this
Get
year.
out.
Glad we've matured. We've matured. Oh my god.
Oh,
Matured from grapes to bottles
that's
of
great.
wine. That is great.
That's just great.
Okay. This is London in 1993 after an IRA truck bomb. We didn't ban Irish people or Catholics. We just agreed it was a small group of cunts.
Mm,
Although, to be fair, Irish people would tell you, no, they were fucking horrible to Irish people. Oh dear. Scotland will be governed by a new UK Prime Minister elected by 160,000 Tory members, of which only 9,000 are based in Scotland, from a party that hasn't won a major election in Scotland for 64 years, to deliver a Brexit that 62 of Scotland's voters rejected. Angry Scots wanting to be not part of the United
Of the
Kingdom.
Brexit, yeah.
Ugh. Can I stop thinking about the time my dad hung up a onesie to dry? Looked at me more and thought to myself, what the fuck? What the fuck? That is fucked up. Oh god, that's the picture. I was thinking, I don't understand that text, but it goes with this picture. That is so fucked up. Oh my god. Shit. Okay. Little girl just blew a raspberry at me for checking out a fit dad. Honestly, most offended I've been in years. Gonna shag your dad, you wee cow. That is the ultimate revenge against an obnoxious kid. Fuck their parent, honestly. Hold on. Isn't even a heat wave anymore, is it? It's no end to the weather. We just live in a hot country now, don't we? Well, they named it Hotland. We've done it. We live in sunshine now, like we always wanted. Now we're just sweaty, miserable idiots. I hope we're happy. Okay, that's just a Scot complaining about hot weather.
Yeah.
My dad just told me he's voting Tory tomorrow, so I've stolen his prosthetic leg. Good luck getting to the Oh my god, that's fucking gold. That is fucking gold. Shaving his head. My friend only shaves if she knows she's 100% going to be having sex. There's no point in peeling a tatty if you're not going to mash it.
Yeah, it's a lot of work, you know.
That's fucking amazing. I want that on a t-shirt. No point in peeling a tatty if you're not going to mash
If you're
it.
not going to mash it.
Oh my fucking god. That'd be funny. Go through the TV license, chat my uncle's pal's door. He told him he didn't have a telly. Guy was like, "You've got an aerial on your roof." And he said, "Hey, you've got a pot of milk in the fridge. Doesn't it mean I got a coo at the back?" And shut the door. That whole TV license thing in the UK is very weird.
Oh,
Okay.
that TV licensing actually makes me wish I lived in the UK so that
Yeah.
I can mess with TV license people.
Yeah.
Same with
I
Japan.
feel-
Japan
would-
have that as well, the TV
I
license
just
thing
got a
as well.
laptop. Yeah.
I would just get a kick out of messing with them.
It's pretty wild. What's this one? I used to quite like Nutella until I saw the picture of it split up into its constituent parts. Or if you did the same thing with your mom, she wouldn't look great either. That's
Fair.
That's not good. Scottish people, you're a gift to the earth. Your ma was an immigrant. You nugget. Okay.
What?
Personally, I think McDonald's workers should be paid £20 an hour just because they have listened to that fucking beeping for hours at a time. Never been in a
Yeah.
market, not heard the fucking beep beep beep. It's like watching me nan in a hospital. Oh, that's fucked. So fucked. What's this one? Imagine Super Bowl 2020, half time, lights dim, complete darkness, silence, then a lone voice. When I wake up, I'm gonna be in the back of you. The Proclaimers, yes. Got to know. Weird how you get these racism issues in America. Then you have Scotland, where no one actually gives an actual fuck what race you are, as long as you know a goth. Okay. Scots don't like goths. Okay. My pals think living in Scotland's all beautiful rolling hills, a friendly power. When in reality, it's a junkie shouting, "You going for a shite hand at me because I'm carrying a 16-roll pack of toilet roll." I know what I'm going to look up next. It's Irish nicknames. We'll do this. Using my gold trimmer on a boy at work, and he goes, "Where did you unlock that after 500 haircuts? Generally, we just get a powder of that in a while." Replace the clock with your pizza. My mom keeps walking past it, not even realizing.
It's like you always notice that it's the asshole radio presenters that have the gold microphone.
Yeah.
You know, Kyle and
Mhm.
Lefty ID'd me at Tesco and said, "Is this you, your twin brother?" If it was my twin, he'd be the same age as me, you badger. I assume he's buying alcohol or so. But since it said Melania Trump, always looks like she's like trying to read the chippy menu. I haven't tried to stop thinking about it yet.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Sex is intimate and sacred. Your body's a temple. You shouldn't share it with anyone who doesn't want Scottish independence. All right, that's good. Okay. Mental how someone out there has eaten the most crisps in the world and they don't even know about their achievement. Technically true. Someone has eaten the most crisps in the world. My daughter's in
Yeah.
quarantine in a holes in Edinburgh. They said they deliver food. She advised she's vegan. Edinburgh Uni said a Mars bar and a croissant. Oh dear.
Wow.
We love
See,
our
neither of those are actually vegan.
No, it's just that's all they can manage. They were just
Can
not.
make vegan croissants.
You could, but it's not a normal croissant has butter in it, which is absolutely not
Oh,
vegan.
lots and lots of.
So much butter. I remember. Do
Yeah.
you remember Poe, the Asian Australian chef who was a runner up in MasterChef, but she's had heaps of cooking shows.
Oh, yeah.
since?
Yeah.
Nope.
She had one where like a French pastry chef showed her how to make croissants and start off. Okay, so here's the pastry, and then he just got a big fucking lump of butter and folded it into the pastry. And she's going, "Oh, is that how you do it?" And then he folded that flat and then got another huge fucking lump of butter and put that on and
Mhm.
folded that. And she's going, "Oh, okay, so you do that too." And that gets folded into the pastry. And then he gets another huge fucking lump of butter. And goes,
Ugh.
how much fucking butter are you going to put into this? Hey,
Yep.
basically, croissants have a shit ton of butter in them. But you could do a vegan version of a croissant, definitely. Anyway, 46. See how Scottish people wear stops that say
I'm gonna
people
go.
wear tops in New York, LA. Do people from America wear tops saying Arbanath or East Kilbride? No.
No, gang.
I'm gonna bust some
Good
Glasgow.
night.
You going to bed?
He has gone to bed.
He's gone already. Okay, that's fair.
I'm gonna go very soon as well.
So am I. It's midnight. I mean, honestly. But I'm just loving this Scottish tweet. I'm in a bus in Glasgow. Two young guys sat in front of me. One of them just said, "If that coronavirus comes in here, I'm kicking the fucking cunt in." Amazing. Scotland. Say something nice about the UK, Scotland. Can I wrap my head around why jokey are rolling? Willing you shut the fuck up? So immersed in a bizarre hatred for a vulnerable group of people, she's willing to throw away her entire reputation as an author and public figure, simply to be known as the mental cunt obsessed with other people's genitals. Yes.
Mm,
That, oh, yes, topical.
Yep.
Mental how when you go abroad, suddenly just start treating money like Monopoly money. €10 for one scoop vanilla ice cream. No bother, mate. Here's 20. Keep the change.
Yeah.
All right. So that was Scottish Twitter.
Okay. I have to check out now.
Yeah. Now I might honestly,
I think I'm done.
because I think Mrs. Angry hasn't gone to bed. So if I go to bed now, I get to get snuggles. And I you know, I don't want to make anyone feel bad, but you know, naked snuggles is what I'm talking about.
Ugh,
Now,
I
see,
didn't need to hear that.
see, Dr.
Mm.
Abigail, if you think about naked snuggles with Mrs. Angry, you'll be fine. You just don't want to think
Yeah,
about me in the equation. See, so just forget about me.
So I'm not
and-
going through Ponfar. That's the thing.
Okay, it's not that time. Yeah, so it's,
It's
upon
not that
passing.
time
Okay.
of the decade.
Yeah. Oh, Safa,
So
Eurovision. Mrs. Angry is mad for Eurovision. Honestly, I think she's just into elections, and Eurovision's a kind of election. Like she even was into the Tasmanian state elections, which are nothing to do with us. She just loves election stuff. Heine, honestly, so long as you don't tell Mrs. Angry I said that, it's fine. If she finds
Does
out I
Mrs.
mentioned that on the stream,
Does
I'll
Miss-
be in trouble.
does Mrs. Angry ever watch the stream?
No, sometimes. Well, she has like come on them occasionally, but you know, she. Hey, Richard, you got up late?
Hello,
Yeah,
Richard.
it's like post midnight, which is not super late for a Friday night thing. But honestly, I just think I'll be more together if we all just like agree to go to bed now, because I don't think Mrs. Angry's gone to bed. She must still be up playing fucking Fallout. So I'll just go there. So I don't. I'm thinking I don't have to go to bed alone now. 10 a.m. for you, Richard. So 10 a.m. on Friday for you. So we've just passed midnight on Friday. It's just Saturday. I mean, Mrs. Angry might spy. She might keep tabs on me. Who knows? Seriously, someone should probably keep tabs on me because I can't.
Yeah, I mean,
can't trust it.
you could be doing a hot tub stream right now, and she wouldn't know.
I'm just super disappointed because I've mentioned ensuite to our bedroom has a hot tub. The jets don't work because there's a couple summers ago our air conditioning broke and the cunt landlord took months to fix it, and we went through weeks and weeks of like 35 plus Celsius with no air conditioning. So we were literally filling this tub up with cold water and just sitting in it. Ages.
Yeah.
And it's just kind of disappointed the jets don't work, but it's a very big tub because also I'm just throwing out there, not that anyone really wants to know this, but our bedroom, the wardrobes have mirror doors on them. So I just think the combination of floor to ceiling mirrors and a hot tub means our bedroom was designed by a swinger. It was just
That's
was
a sex
absolutely-
room. That's
was a
not a
sex
bedroom.
room.
That's a sex room.
Mirrors and a hot tub is definitely swingers. Our
Was this
house
ha-
was designed by swingers.
This house was built in the 70s. Clearly.
It was, and even the
Mm.
one. What was hilarious is the one I lived in previously, before moving in with Mrs. Angry. Apparently, the owner or the people who'd been previously, someone had multiple sclerosis, so they didn't have a lot of mobility. So there were these tracks in the ceilings with things for them to, hang on to move about, and people would visit and going, "Why have you got a sex swing in your lounge room?" And I'm like,
Mm.
it's not
Yeah.
a sex swing. The previous person had MX, and it was how they moved around. And they were like, "Yeah, it's a sex swing. You've got a sex swing in your lounge
We
room."
totally believe you.
Yeah, it was pretty fucking wild.
Yeah, you've got sex hats in the cupboard, and you've
There's
got
sex hats in there. There's no,
got-
I can't deny that. But it's funny,
Yeah.
like the previous house, I'd say, yeah, you think it's a sex swing, but it was literally just someone had MS. But this house, floor to ceiling mirrors and a hot tub, no, they were swingers. This house was designed by swingers. There's no two ways about it. It's a whole
Yep.
thing.
I used to know someone who literally designed his house to have poly parties and sex
Yeah.
parties in, and it was awesome.
Yeah. Well, there was a story, the author, Roald Dahl, who, while he was most famous for children's books like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory and the BFG, he wrote a bunch of adult fiction, which was kinky and fucking bent. And he was a twisted, horny motherfucker. There was a story when, like, his daughter wanted her boyfriend to move in or something, and he said, "Awesome, but I've got to redesign your room." And he just redesigned her bedroom to be a whole fuck chamber with swings and huge. Because Roald Dahl was a fucking weirdo. Roald Dahl was an A-grade fucking weirdo.
Before the housing crisis, there was a property for sale here in Fitzroy,
Yeah.
and they quietly mentioned that they had built a basement, but word got out that it was more than just a mere basement.
More than a basement.
It someone had turned it into a sex dungeon, and word got out, so the line for the open house inspection went around the corner.
Because everyone wanted a
Because
sex
everyone
dungeon.
wanted to see the sex dungeon.
Fucking hell. Jesus. Okay.
Yeah.
Good on you. All right. All right. So I guess we're just going
It
to
would have
leave
increased the
people-
price. It would have
Yeah.
increased the price.
We're just leaving people with ideas of sex dungeons as we go to bed. now.
Yeah. Anyway,
Oh,
I
okay.
must go because
Yeah, I'm going to
getting a
too.
headache as well.
So tomorrow night is date night, so no stream, and I'm not doing Sundays. So I probably be back on Tuesday, but you never know
Cool.
because it might end up being takeaway night with. So it might be ages till I stream it. By ages,
Cool.
I mean till Thursday. So who knows?
Days.
But hang out on the Discord if you want to know what's happening. Yep.
Navaya
Richard, who cares?
Melonin.
Who cares about the whole
Amenet
birthday?
Suede.
It's a sex dungeon stream. Safa, Sundays is okay. I will explain. Mrs. Angry has a video call with her brother in the UK on Sunday nights, and it's all about daylight saving. In our summertime, she's doing the call between like at 8 o'clock and after. So I do a stream because she's going to be on this call. But in this time period with stream, she's doing a call at 7 and it finishes at like 7:30. It's like, oh, okay. And I don't want to belittle anyone who joins the streams, but I do kind of prefer hanging out with Mrs. Angry. So
I'm
now that
deeply offended.
I know it's pretty offensive, but
Yeah.
because she's doing the call to her brother earlier in the evening, at 8 o'clock we sit down and watch something. So, but when daylight saving shifts again, it'll be the whole thing. She'll be doing the call with her brother at 8 o'clock. So I'll be doing Sunday night streams again. But there's just a period
Cool.
where I'm not. So, but you all take care. And I'm gonna have a fun time.
Hanging out
and
with the missus sounds gay to me.
I know it's super gay.
Mm. Cool.
When you look at
Good
all
night.
these guys, you go like, is having soft, sensual feelings with a woman gay? And you go, yes, it's very gay. So
Good night.
you'll take care. See you another time. Bye for now.